Welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor group. This time it's Tuesday. Surprise. But it's March 21st, 2017 this time around. And it's always Tuesday at the Keshe Plasma Reactor group all week long. It's just this room is Tuesday. We don't do Wednesdays or Mondays. It's just always Tuesday. Isn't that right, Guy?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Trapped in the Tuesday room for hundreds of iterations. It's all good. It's a good place to be. Geez, Lee, you're really getting me. Lee Coates is getting me interested here. Looks like he's unpacking some sort of spaceship technology there. So maybe we better sort over to him. Let's make sure everything's broadcasting properly. Just give me a minute to key in. Actually, I'll just put him on, and then I can work in the background a bit here. So, all right, Lee, what the heck have you got going on there? It's
Cool looking.
looks like something truly amazing.
This was that hand scanner I was showing you. I was starting there about 2 months ago.
Right, the hand scanner.
So about an hour ago, I finished it.
Oh yeah, what a nice looking unit. Yeah.
So
I like the clear top. That's impressive. So you know what the technology is behind it, sort of thing.
yeah,
You got an eyeball that's an eyeball in the middle, right? The ping pong ball with the eyeball. Like
Yeah.
I've got a couple of those too.
that's the from the dollar store at Halloween.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the back part of this comes off. I just glued the splines in half of it,
Oh yeah.
and then you can slide the trays in and out to
Yeah.
get at it.
Nice.
That white bottle is the saltwater bottle. So this is wired exactly like the health unit, universal health unit, except it's only one set of coils basically. So up top I got the plasma capacitor, the one set of coils. I guess the difference is I added the plasma ball in the center, and then there's the ring of plasma around there. The pinky color, it's that white plastic tube with the hemoglobin GANs in it that I made.
Right. And sorry.
And the composite ball is just it's composite GANs in the ball in the center.
Okay. Could you explain what was in the white container in the bottom there again, please?
That's the salt sink.
Okay.
Universal health system has a bucket of salt, so that's the sink for this one.
So there's no other coil underneath or nothing in that bottom part?
Yeah. There's another coil down there.
Oh, I see.
There.
Ah, yes, the hidden coil in the.
Okay.
Bottom.
I didn't think it needed to be visible with plastic, so I just used plywood. So the bottom coil has got the CH3 GANs on it. The top coil's got CO2 on it. So.
Do you have the same? Sorry, Lee. Do you have the same setup on top as well as the bottom?
The sink? No.
No. I'm talking about because there you had the capacitors. Do you have capacitors at the bottom?
No, it's wired exactly like the universal health unit, the blueprints, which has the plasma battery capacitor on the one side only, and then you got basically your negative positive bus bar goes down down these two tubes on the side to the bottom.
I see.
And then that feeds the coil on the bottom, and then the positive or the magnetical wire also goes to the salt container. So it's just like the blueprint for the universal health thing, only it's one coil instead of 12.
Oh, thank you.
Or one set of coils, each
Beautiful.
side, one coil each side. So
yeah, beautiful, really nicely made. I like the lightning bolt along the side there too. That's a nice addition.
Design, yeah.
Subtle little addition there. See?
yeah,
Yeah,
that way.
cool.
Anyway,
All right. Does anyone have any questions for Lee about that or any comments? Let me check out the live stream here too. I have to get that set up here still. So let me. Oops, it's behind there. That's where it went. Okay, just bear with me a minute here while I get. Oops, is that one? There we go. Okay. What is there any other features you want to show us about that, Lee, or anything else special?
no,
You seem to usually have something that's kind of you throw in as an aside, but it turns out to be this really cool thing.
No, but maybe a little explanation on what
Sorry.
what it would be used for, and the way you maybe you tried it and you experienced it yourself.
Right. How?
well, I got the idea from the gentleman in Norway. There back in November, he was showing a unit he made just like this, and it's the poor man's universal health system is what what we call it. So the idea is you've got in the the palm of your hand or your foot, you got the nerve endings that go to every part in your body, or I don't know whether there's nerve endings, but you got different, how your palm of your hand's
Yeah,
mapped out
absolutely. Yeah.
that goes to the different areas of the body. And so the idea is instead of standing between the coils and having the plasma flow right through your body, in this case, you put your hand in between the coils and it gets through your body that way.
Hmm.
The thing, I forget his name. Is it Borgen or Bor? The guy in Norway. I forget. Anyway, he was saying that this takes maybe 5 times longer than the universal health units. It's a lot slower, but
Maybe then they can be 2 units, both hands and maybe both feet.
yeah, you can put your foot in there too if you wanted to.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do. It's
It
true. They
seems to
do the
be
same
the
thing
same
with
approach
feet.
anyway.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's reflexology.
Yeah. So it's just another way to get plasma into your body, kind of thing.
Nice.
So anyway, I made that. I'm gonna give this one to my mom and dad. I gotta send it off to them. So.
Oh yeah. Nice.
This is a Christmas present. A little bit late.
Well, it's an Easter present now.
It's okay. There's always
That's
another
right.
Christmas.
Well, it'd be great to get
Every day is a special day when you get a present, eh?
That's it. That you're right.
Well, especially something that's handcrafted like that could end up, really actually changing someone's life.
Absolutely.
They who knows what effects this could have, and it'd be good to document that somehow. Of course, to get some sort of feedback. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, well, my mom just had a stroke and she's recovered from that, and so maybe this will help.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna send that down to her, send her some CO2 Gans, and so she can drink the Gans water, and we'll see what happens.
Definitely, that will help. Definitely, that would be indicated, I would say, for rebuilding the circuits in the brain and all that kind of thing. Definitely. Yeah, good for you. Well, I wonder if you could put substances in there, instead of where your hand goes, put a container of water or Gans water or something to align it or charge it or decontaminate it or whatever you like to use it. Seems ideal. It's almost like a little microwave. You can
maybe you can treat
put your
water
lunch
with
in there,
this.
put your sandwich in there before you eat it, and it helps to purify it or helps to raise the levels, the energy levels of the food you're eating or something like that. All right. Maybe eventually it'll even cook it for you. You plug it in, it cooks your meal, and
Would you sleep in between? Let's say, would you sleep in between those?
Tight fit, probably, but no, you mean on a larger scale, of course.
Like
But
a
yeah.
large, let's say a
Would you
big
sleep
bed or
between the
whatever you
fields,
sleep.
or is it,
Could it
Well,
be a
say,
treating table or?
is it more for a short-term use, like 10-minute treatment, as opposed
yeah,
to 10
well,
hours?
universal health system, they say they say 15, 20 minutes or half hour the most or something. That one I had in my living room, it's still there with the 4 magravs. I've had people go in there for, and they've sat there for an hour, and it's been way too much. They had to, they didn't feel right afterwards.
Oh, really?
Why
Oh.
did they stay in there the hour if they didn't
I don't
feel
know.
right?
I just told them, stay as long as you want. I mean, however, I didn't know how long
You probably should say, stay as long as you enjoy it.
yeah.
If you feel
Well, that's
uncomfortable,
it.
then
And
just stop. Because some people
yeah, so
might, even
that
if they feel uncomfortable, they might continue. Of
yeah,
course.
so they were sitting in the chair in the middle of the thing. We were chatting away, and an hour went by.
Oh, okay.
And
I
but
see.
the next day they weren't. They said it was too much.
Yeah,
So
right. Well, there is also the aspect that it may be felt like it's too much, like you might have a hangover effect or something like that. But that's the effect that you get in any kind of cleansing um, environment when you do a fast, or if you do these different cleansing programs for the body and so on. You don't really feel so good in the first couple of days,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
after that you get over that hump, and then you
Yeah,
feel
that
good.
hump is called the Hexheimer effect, which is everything gets worse before it gets better. So basically,
Right.
you get rid of toxins and you get rid of poisons,
Yeah.
and you got that hump
Yeah.
where everything is really bad.
And people have reported that too with the Gams water and so on too. That sometimes you might feel uncomfortable for the first couple of days or week, and then all of a sudden it clicks, and the body really gets maximum benefit at the same time as not having to release as much toxins and so on that might come out initially. So getting rid of stuff can make us feel bad, strangely enough.
First, yeah, depending on how deep you went into
That's right.
yeah,
That's
negative.
right. Well, some of the toxins are in quite deep, lead toxins and other heavy metals and so on. And if they start coming out, those plasma energy levels can be very disturbing to us to experience. So, okay, well, thank you very much, Lee. That's really good stuff. Anybody else say something about that, or are we good? Dennis says in the live stream, he has a question for you, Lee. He says, can he feel the fields?
actually, no, I can't feel the fields, but I'm not very sensitive to feeling fields.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that the as I say, I just wired it up tonight just to get it done, and I haven't really played around with it. I had my little beeper going with it, but it wasn't. I think it's picking up more of the screen than it is the the unit. So
Mm-hmm.
so it's not putting out a alternating field for sure. And that, like I say, that plasma battery, that was one I made about 6 months ago. I might have to. I was thinking of making up some new plasma batteries and stick a new one in there instead of leaving that old one in there.
You need to jump start your plasma battery, I guess. Yeah.
So, but
Yeah. Well, you mentioned also that other people have mentioned that they might not be able to feel the fields as this feel the fields thing, but then they might have friends that do feel fields. So you can build something and then test it with your friend to see how strong the fields are, if it feels correct, and that kind of thing. And you might have other ways of checking, like you say you follow the blueprint. You probably follow the blueprint quite exactly, knowing your exactness, and, or at least following the ideas and technology and so on. So,
Actually, I do feel something in the palm of my hand there, but it's very weak. Yeah, I got a friend. She's a Reiki healer, and she really feels the fields. Or
yeah,
I
yeah.
should get her over here to test it out.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you just admitted that you did feel something in your palm
Yeah,
there.
but
I mean,
sometimes,
you could
sometimes,
imagine if one trained oneself, like 10 hours a day to feel the feels like these Shaolin monks, or what do you call them?
yeah,
Shalom, these monks up in the mountains that can, do all kinds of interesting psychic things and so on. But one could become sensitive, let's say. But if you have friends that are already naturally born sensitive that way, then it might be good to borrow their hand and
yeah.
see what they say about it. So yeah, cool.
Actually, I heard about there's people that are more like receptive, and others that are emitter. And there's definitely people that are more sensitive to vibration and fields like that. But the fact that actually you felt it right away just means that if you sit down and you relax and you take it in a very, meditative, almost like a state of mind, you can actually test it. You just didn't have the time yet, Lee, the way I understand it.
Well, that's right. As I say, I just finished it
Yeah, yeah.
within minutes ago, sort of, just before the
Right.
meeting.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I haven't had a chance to really play with it yet.
And maybe it takes time to get adjusted
Could be
and
very
start
subtle,
focusing too.
like this. The way you sense it is very subtle,
Mhm.
and then when you capture it, then it becomes very easy. Very easy. But it's the fact that you have to capture the way to connect.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and the device may take time to work in as well. The salt sink might actually work on the electrode a bit in order to start working well and so on. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe you can make a unit for adaptable for feet and hands unit.
Yeah, well, I think that you can get your feet on this one. No problem.
Oh,
The
there you go.
spacing's pretty wide in here. I was wondering whether that I've got it too far apart between the coils, but I mean the universal health unit. I mean it's like 2 feet apart when you stand between them, so it should work.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a pretty big coil at the top there, so it's not like a little baby
Yep.
one.
Let's say you would use two for your hands and two for your feet. Would you hook them up in a special way, or like a 8-figure, or?
Well, you'd probably, wire them just like universal health unit. Each one's coming off the negative positive bus kind of thing. They got a. So I don't know.
Okay,
I
so
think I guess you'd say they're wired in parallels.
Parallel, right?
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
But each top one would have the plasma battery in it, and you connect them in parallel basically to a negative positive bus bar kind of thing. So.
Yeah,
So it is possible to have more than one.
Yeah, you could see maybe lying down on a table with, you stick your feet into two of them at the bottom, and your hands would, be at your sides, and you stick your hands into 2 units there, and just lie down and relax for half hour or something while it does its thing to tune up your body.
Why not?
Whole body tune up through your hands and feet.
A passive way of doing it.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like it. So, would you build units for people, or you just do this for fun and games here, Lee? I mean,
If someone asked me to build one, sure I would. Yeah.
Sure.
The
for
question is, what do you charge for it?
for an
You know?
appropriate price. I mean, this is very high quality, precise woodworking, furniture grade, woodworking. So this is not something to be scoffed at. Let's
I mean,
say.
it takes a lot longer to make this than it does a car mag grab.
Right, exactly. You're
You
not
know,
cutting a plastic pipe and gluing it together. This is
yeah, and
precise,
There's a lot of details, but
and it's expensive with the wood and the plastic top and so on. It's all that adds up quickly. So expect a high price if you want to get it from Lee. This is an art object. It's not
no,
just
but
a
not
pure
necessarily. I
practical
think you
thing.
can 3D print that stuff and get it into a, depending of the demand. Let's say if you got 100,000 demands of that, I'm sure you can reduce it to a, a streamlined
Yeah, but
way
this
of.
is this particular model. This
Oh
is
yeah,
the
well,
thing.
this is wood
You're
made.
talking about getting into a whole big business with it, which maybe Lee would be interested in doing if it was
I'm sure Lee
lucrative,
is
but
the man.
then we wouldn't get something completely and totally different every week from him, and that's what we really enjoy here. If he just say, "Look, I made 100,000 of these this week," it's like, okay, that's nice. And what else did you do?
What else did you do this week?
What did you do interesting? So business, that's the trouble with business. It can drag you into a world of having to do stuff instead of wanting and wishing and playing with the ideas and so on, which is, I think Lee has a lot of fun with coming up with these things. I know we all do. So yeah, that's part of the whole show here on planet Earth. You gotta have fun. If it's not fun, then why bother, essentially? I mean, planet Earth's not all about fun, of course. I learned a long time ago there's two main paths, the path of fun or the path of learning, like in a higher sense of evolution and so on. And the path of evolution and learning is sometimes rougher and tougher, almost always, than the path of fun. But that's the only way to go in terms of evolution. Whereas the path of fun, you can kind of get stuck there for a long time before you realize that, oh, I'm going to die tomorrow and I've only had fun. I forgot to learn the lessons of life and so on. We were talking about this.
Yeah. I got my own version of it, but I say something similar to it. I say it's through tears or through joy. And if you're stubborn, it's usually through tears.
Yeah, but also if you're on the fast path, then you're going to get stuff thrown at you one way or another that's going to bring tears.
You can make it easy if you go through joy, but if you're kind of resisting, usually there's going to be pain involved.
Yes, that's true. And the problem with joy is it's hard to maintain without the old pain coming along one way or another. Because if you're in joy, there's going to be someone beside you that doesn't like you being in joy.
Yeah, just totally pissed
Will
off
try
because
to
you're
drag you
joyful.
down or whatever.
Most
So
probably.
yeah, they'll get pissed off because you're joyful and overbearing with your joy.
That's
So,
the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. I'll have to put up with you. All right, so maybe we should move along to whatever next great thing we have coming up here.
Thank you, Lee.
Any other stuff on that, Lee? Any other hidden little secrets you want to unveil?
well, that's it for my hand scanner, but I got some other stuff.
Ah, see, I knew it. He's holding back. All right, you better get it out because we missed you one week because we hesitated and a bunch of other stuff came in. Suddenly you were gone, and I thought,
Yeah, work got in the way, and I had to go to bed.
yeah, well, that's a real problem with this this show. Work gets in the way. It happened to me several times this week. In fact, most of the week. So we got to try to. It's a 4-letter word that we try to avoid in this meeting, but sometimes it does pop up.
Yeah, last week I was going to show you I hooked up my car plasma units to make CO2 GANs. John had asked me to do that, and the results weren't good. I tried the
By
I usually
results, excuse me, by results you mean but with your nano-coated wire technique, how fast it nano-coats? Is that what you mean?
no. This is making CO2 GANs with using
Oh,
plasma energy.
okay, I see.
So I
There.
connected the car units up to the plasma production
Got it.
unit.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So I tried 4 different setups. One with the carbon rod and a zinc plate, and then a carbon rod with a zinc plate with magnetical coil going to the zinc in one unit, and the magnetical coil going to the carbon rod in the other, and that didn't produce anything. And then I also had 2 more pots set up with a nano-coated copper plate and zinc plate on the one where the gravitational coil went to the nano-coated plate. The whole bottle turned cloudy. I was optimistic at the start, but after 10 days now, maybe I've got a 1/16 of an inch of GANs in the bottom. So
Now,
even though that's the water went cloudy, it
That's really surprising.
didn't produce
now,
much.
now the you were talking about the carbon rod and bare carbon rod, that is, I guess,
Yeah,
and zinc plate or a nano-coated zinc plate.
no, just a zinc plate.
Okay.
That's my standard wave when I put voltage on that, and I can get 2 inches of GANs in the pot in 2 days or a day and a half, kind of thing. So that's why you tried the copper and rod.
And what voltage were you running at and amperage?
Well,
And so on?
I usually go with between 1 and 1.5 volts.
So I think with the carbon rod, people were using a higher voltage than they would with the other techniques.
Well, you burn up the zinc plate totally within the 2 days with just the 1.5 volts. So it depends on your salt water content. I'm using 7% salt solution. So
Okay.
that's that. If you use less salt, you need more voltage. If you use more salt, you need less voltage, kind of thing.
Right.
That all depends on your salt solution. So anyway, that's so yeah, plasma energy will make it, but at least very slow from what I found anyway. So
That's really surprising. But thank you for doing the test.
yeah, I was really optimistic at the start because it turned cloudy right away, and I said, "Oh boy, this is going to be good." But in fact, last week I thought I had 1/8 of an inch in there, but checking it after another week, it's still only a 1/16 in the bottom of the pot. So.
Well, I mean, we haven't. It's a good test. It's awesome. Thank you very much for doing it. But it's not conclusive yet because we still have to go through a bunch of different saline concentrations. I mean, there's a lot to look at here. We may not have hit the sweet spot.
Could be. I was using 7% for my salt solution.
Okay. Thanks.
Lee, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I just want to ask you, where do you put your GANs exactly in your little setup there? You put it in the middle of the garage, or you put it away from walls, or close to it? What I'm kind of curious is the field around your experiment.
I got a. I don't think my camera will reach unless I take my computer with it. But I could move my. Yeah, it's right in between it's the dividing wall between my kitchen and living room. I made a shelf, 8-foot long shelf there, and that's where I make all my GANs.
And there's no electricity around, or no.
Well, yeah, there's a power bar on the shelf above to run the power supplies and the pumps and stuff, but
nearby.
Well, within a foot and a half of this situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I was wondering if somehow that could interfere somehow, or just play a factor into the whole thing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't bother making. I make CO2 and CH3 and CuO all the time there. So,
all right.
So the others, I haven't been having a problem with the others. So
Yeah, interesting. And that's in a room temperature environment, I guess, eh?
Yep. Right in the kitchen. Want to see some more ice pictures?
Okay, there we go. That was a leading question. We're not going to say no, we're too busy.
Yeah.
Bring it on, bring it on. We like to see ice. We're Canadians, we like ice. We don't see much of it here, though.
Okay. Back in February, we had a couple of warm days, or cold days, cold weeks, actually. Whoops. What happened to my picture? My screen went black.
Oops, yeah, it just went black. Oh, well, we see you started screen sharing.
There's something weird going on.
We see your desktop, but it's whiteboard.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop sharing and start over again.
Maybe you need to stop your video first.
I can do that.
Give you more bandwidth. Stop mine too, because who knows? Well, I can't. Well, I can. So, okay, now we're seeing the screen sharing come up. There we see
I got the video
your
behind the image.
desktop or something weird. It's a strange looking sort of image.
Really weird here. What's going on?
It's like a picture. That was the video picture of your screen or something, but it was.
When was the last time you updated your Zoom, Lee? Oftentimes the Zoom isn't backward compatible.
I thought I upgraded 2 weeks ago because I'm using my old computer here. And everything was ancient on it because my other one's in the shop getting the hard drive repaired or changed out.
Put my video on just till.
Well, that's weird. Okay.
Till get it sorted out here. So you want to try again, or what? What do you think? Oh, I gotta pin this.
Carry on with something else while I play around here and try and figure out why.
Yeah, we need to have something up, otherwise it's a blank on the Zoom.
Yeah, let someone else do their thing.
Okay, well, we'll do some background work on that.
I have a question for you, Rick.
Alrighty.
Cool, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's related
to Dimitri, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. It's related to the breathing unit I saw a few weeks ago from Lee, one of Klaus's designs. I've got myself a dust mask that I was going to modify into a breathing unit. Now it's not obviously it's not a medical mask. It's pure silicon. Is that okay? Yeah, it's a normal 3M dust mask, which is it's made from silicon.
Sorry, live stream sound was on. It should be basically a non-volatile substance and not, producing vapors and so on. Although I've noticed I wear a mask a lot, like in driving and for work and so on. And a new mask will have off-gassing vapors happening on a brand new one when you get it out of the package. And it takes a week or two to sort of off-gas the more volatile of the plastics, I think. Even if it says silicone, it may not be all silicone as a pure substance and so on.
Yeah.
Right.
My comment would be you got to, the flow rates through that small oxygen tubing are very small, or you don't, there's not a lot of air being pumped into the mask. Okay, so you have to be able to breathe in addition to the air you're pumping in, you have to breathe outside air as well. It has to.
Yes.
The mask has to combine the two. Okay.
Okay. What I was actually going to do is rig it up with multiple lines going in there and not actually have an air pump.
Yeah.
So if I had kind of reservoirs of different ganses, just with the actual air tube from the external air going into the gans, and then the tube coming into the mask would be above the gans itself. So it would have a bubbling effect when I made a pull with my lungs, and just have several of them, and kind of as many tubes needed coming into the mask to allow an efficient flow, and not too much of a restriction, as it would only be my lungs making the pull, as there'd be no pump as such.
Yeah. Well. Okay. I'm not sure you'd have enough negative pressure just from breathing in to draw the air through the tubing.
It'll be dependent on
CO2.
It'll be dependent on the depth of the tubing. If you have it'll be about a half a pound psi pressure for every foot or so of depth. So if you had, something about 2 feet high, and the bubbler was at the bottom, and you were trying to draw through at the top, then that would be a 1 psi difference, which would be pretty hard to draw through. You'd be, having to suck pretty hard to draw through something that deep.
Right.
But if it was very shallow, then maybe right at the surface, just enough to add some. If you had a little bubbler from the, several of those little bubblers, and it was all right at the surface, then you wouldn't have to have so much resistance. The other factor is the smaller the hose, the resistance inside when you're trying to breathe increases on sort of an astronomical sort of exponential
Smaller it is.
curve. Yeah, the bigger the hose, the better, definitely. And if it's something, larger, then you could take deeper breaths. Otherwise, if it's tiny hose, then you have to get into meditative state.
Yes.
And maybe take really slow breaths. And that's actually the best way to do it anyways, in a way. It's a whole technique in itself to take, say, 2 breaths per minute instead of our normal 5 or 6 or 7.
Absolutely. I was also thinking, obviously not too much restriction on the draw, but I thought it might be good to actually be a little bit of a workout for the lungs. I'm not sure whether that would, so obviously to do some research, but I'm not sure whether that would actually cause problems for the lungs, being restricted like that. But I thought, as the lungs are a muscle, then it would be a workout that's slightly more than just the normal breathing.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. You're creating almost like more of a vacuum condition inside the lungs when you suck and you can't get what you need.
That's a good question for a doctor.
Yeah, definitely you could see the inside of the lungs kind of expanding more than they did before under the negative pressure inside. Well, less pressure, let's put it that way, than normal. And, if it's like straining, trying to breathe with your nose and mouth shut, and trying to take a breath, it would be a little hard on the lungs, but it might be a good thing. It could bring out the some of the clogged material or something and cause it to be activated and get rid of.
Could be vaporized too, no?
Could be vaporized. Yeah, you're increasing the ability for things to vaporize inside in a way. So it's on a very minor level.
Sorry, what's your name again?
Dimitri.
Dimitri, what is your GANS recipe, or what is it that you try to achieve with this?
I haven't. I'm still in I'm still nano coating at the moment, and it's just something that I wish to I wish to produce a breathing mask in the future once I do have some GANs. So I'm just literally getting ready, just getting the materials together. So once I do have the GANs, I can begin manufacture.
These the disposable oxygen masks are dirt cheap, really. I forget, there were like 3 of them for $25 or something.
Yeah.
So I think that the silicone dust masks, I mean, they're, I don't know, 50 or $60. That seems to me.
I found it. I was really lucky. I found it. I got it off eBay. It was like it cost me €11, which I was really surprised, because when I lived in England, these things were a lot of money. I'd say 30, 40 euros minimum.
Exactly. Yeah. And that the fish pump, air pump I'm using, it was less than $20 on Amazon. So
okay,
and it was like a double output one, so I just teed them together and
yeah.
pressure.
I mean, I do have an air pump, a double outlet air pump that I have for a fish tank. But the reason I didn't wish to attach an air pump to it is because I feel it would restrict it, and then I couldn't walk around with it. So I just wanted to kind of be able to make it so it was reasonably portable, just for walking around the house and stuff like that. So I wasn't cemented or stuck down when I was actually using it. But we'll see how things go. Maybe I can make myself a little magrev unit to power the pump.
Yeah, the actual medical air pumps, you can get them battery powered, so you can like strap them to your belt. And
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking I'd probably end up with some quite a few different canisters of GANs on my back with a pump on there and the power unit and everything. It looked quite cool.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. And if you run it through an ice cube box, basically, then you could have cool air in a hot day being piped through to you, which might be quite enjoyable.
I like the sound of that.
You might be able to, stand in a street corner and sell hits of cold air to people as they walk by. Cold air. Buck a shot.
Not just
Get
cold,
your cold
but
air
healthy.
here. Cold GANs, cold GANs air or something. I'm sure you come up with some sort of way to.
Just on the continuing with that, where it's been recommended not to have copper near the head. I'm correct in saying that, right?
Generally, yeah, that's the way I understand it.
Okay, so then it would be an idea not to put copper oxide in one of the bubblers, simply because the air is coming through into my head through my mouth. Even though it's low level head. I mean, I know it's going directly into the lungs, but is that something that should be put into consideration?
Well, I think you definitely wouldn't want to breathe copper oxide dust or eat copper oxide nanomaterial, right?
No.
We're talking about nanomaterial here, not the GANs to start with. You wouldn't want to eat the GANs either, but there's uses for the GANs water of copper oxide.
Yeah, the liquid plasma, you mean?
Yeah, but as far as the actual black material, the copper oxide that we see on the plates or copper oxide on the coils and that kind of thing, it actually is one of the best decontaminants. It will take out lead ions out of water in less than an hour. It'll take out 99% of the lead in a water supply, in a liter of water or whatever amount you have with a copper nano-coated plate in it. Will decontaminate the water, bacteria, viruses, and so on. It's one of the most effective ways, because copper is very effective in itself, and make it copper oxides even more effective. So it acts as a filter in a way. If you were breathing water that was bubbled through that as a filter, then it would be taking out contaminants, and of course the contaminants in a way collect on the copper oxide as well. But better that they collect on that rather than your lungs as it bubbles through or whatever.
That's really interesting, Rick. I had not considered putting coils or anything that was nano-coated into it. I was only thinking of either GANs or GANs and liquid plasma mixture.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're talking about, you would be putting coils right into the liquid. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, no, that actual coils or anything like that hadn't crossed my mind. It's only literally just crossed my mind as you spoke then and
Yeah,
described that
the
to
thing
me.
is, if it's a coil that's in a, like a GANS or salt solution or something like that, I'm not sure what you're be bubbling through. The copper can, even though it's a decontaminant and so on, if you have, say, copper plus some other thing that acts as an electrode, then you might be getting other contaminants and buildup of ganses inside the liquid that you can't control and are not sure what they are and so on. So, like some people might, there's the two coil approach where you have or sorry, the two tube approach where there's a tube inside of another tube, and you could have a coil in the outer tube, but your liquid or air goes through the center tube.
Oh, right,
You
yeah.
can keep them separate that way, but you still have the fields of the copper
Yeah.
oxide that way interacting, rather than the actual physicality, which can start to interact with create other substances that
Oh,
you
that's a
don't want.
really good idea. I like that. Thank you.
So some people have done that.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Hopefully that'll be some small bit of inspiration for your devices. And when you come up with something,
Can I ask you who designed your logo, Dimitri? The logo that's on your it's beautiful.
Yes. Thank you very much. That is, I mean, I don't know the well, I kind of do know the extent of Mr. Keshe's teachings, but that's what he's talking about. He's talking about us. I don't know what practices he's going to go into in terms of creating a spaceship from the man itself, but that is, I believe, the goal. That what you see there with the chakras and the two rings, that is the spaceship, and that's, I believe, what the pinnacle of in terms of spaceflight is. Thanks.
all right. Thank you for that. All right. Okay. What? Hey, Lee, are you back on there now, or what do you got going? See,
I got another one of my car magraphs. It was suggested I use CuO2 with a drop of CH or CO2 and the drop of CH3 in the middle for my Gans balls or the tube that you put in the center, and it didn't work out very well. So I've made this car magrav unit where I can interchange the Gans in the center to see which Gans works best. That's a composite Gans in there now, and I got the 2 6-foot leads, and then I got a 1 foot lead of wire in between, which I'm testing. I see how fast it turns black. This one's starting to turn black after a couple of days, but I want to see it turn black right in the center. It always starts at the edges and works its way to the center when it's getting nano-coated. So I'm going to test different Ganses in the middle to see which one works better. So that's my little test unit.
Wow, that's a really neat idea. I like that. Test unit. So you have to wait, a week or something to get results?
This test will go on for a couple of months. It might take a week each with
each sample, like it'll take maybe a week.
Thing. Yeah, sometimes it'll do it in 3 days. I'm not sure how good this first hookup, so whether this one's a good one or a bad one.
Interesting.
It is starting to turn brown after 2 days. but I think it'll take about 6 days before it's 6 or 7 days to get it black in the middle.
Yeah.
So
I wonder,
think it's about an average unit.
have you ever taken a voltage reading off these units? Is it give any kind of voltage signature, or is that something that can be measured with different ganses put into the center? I'm thinking. Would it change the voltage? That would be quite an interesting feat if it did change the voltage with different ganses.
I've never expected to get any voltage out of it, so I've never measured it.
Aha! Aha! It could be an aha moment, a eureka moment. Wow. Well, yeah, interesting. Like I'm thinking in terms of this, it's kind of like a little reactor with a core, a movable core, rod that you put into some sort of nuclear reactor or something. But maybe the GANs, in a way, completes the circuitry that would allow some sort of output that normally you wouldn't get in that setup.
Maybe. I mean, electrically, copper wire-wise, it's an open circuit in there because there's a gap in the middle. But
yes, but that's what I'm thinking. Maybe the GANs
would
fills the
complete
gap
circuit.
in a way. Or it may also act as a capacitor, and you may not get a voltage out of it unless it's actually charged up in some manner, or receives a charge first. Then it would have a voltage and so on.
Who knows?
Who knows?
I can go measure the voltmeters in the other room, but
it'd be fun to do at some point. I'm thinking it's just occurred to me anyway. Okay, well that's pretty cool. That's interesting concept. It'd be nice to get like some sort of instant feedback with a device like that. As soon as you put the GANs container in, then you have a little, graph generated a reading of some sort, some sort of.
My measurement here is awful slow. It takes a week.
Yeah, right. So I'm just thinking those leads could be hooked up to oscilloscope, or plug it into make it into an audio line, plug it into your computer, and put on a spectrograph.
Listen to it
to see what ranges that it puts out, and see if it changes with different ganses that get added. It's a really nice setup. It just looks right somehow. I like the way the bottle slides in too. You drop it in, it just says. It was such a precision fit, right?
Yeah, nice. So there you got a triple coil right on top of each other?
No, it says the double maggrav coil for the car unit. That's
okay. That's what it is.
It's basically a car unit. I'm testing the.
One on top and one on the bottom, and they're separate to it.
And then the core, you put the different GANs, or a GANs container.
Yeah, because up to now I've been just using GANs balls.
Yeah.
I haven't used the bottle before, so basically I'm testing the bottle, and I can also, with a couple little pipe spacers, PVC spacers, I could test the different GANs balls in there too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Well, the container, the tube, really resonates in a way, so to speak, with me, because it's a true connector of each of the coils. It's got the GANs or GANs water or whatever's there in between each of the coils, whereas the GANs ball is in between. Well, it's in between the coils, but not in the center of the coils. If you get my drift there, it's hard to explain, but the tube is extended. It's like the ball, but extended to cover the fields of both the coils at once is the idea. So that seems like a winner to me.
We'll find out. I'll report back in a couple of months.
The cores usually look like cylinder anyway to me. When we spin them, or to me it seems to be the most perfect shape anyway.
It was interesting when I poured the fiberglass resin into the caps here. I'd wrapped the bottle with about 4 layers of electrical tape to get a little bit of clearance, and then cast the resin in there, and the resin would set up, and then it ate away at the poly here, and the poly shrunk. So I was able to lift this bottle right out of the resin with no resistance, because it basically had been destroyed by the I guess vapors of the resin.
Huh.
By the
now
heat.
but now I got the perfect fit for the bottle.
Nice.
Huh?
So it was one of those fortuitous
Ah, that's your secret
there-
technique of the week, I think. Your plasma tip of the week there. How to create a very close interface with your plastic bottles. Just have it melt in the resin properly.
No, but that's a good technique. I mean,
It
it's just a
is.
perfect fit.
How else do you do
Yeah.
it?
I thought I was going to have to drill it out, because
Yeah.
stick to the electrical tape, and I'd have to really struggle to get the thing out of there. But I was extremely surprised when it just lifted right out.
Huh. Yeah.
The plastic bottle was basically totally destroyed in the middle. So anyway, it was just
All right. Thank you, Lee.
How about a field detector around it? Have you tried it?
A
you
field
mean
detector. You mean the little
The little pen thing.
the pen detector?
it just beeps at the very lowest beeping, mine. So mine's a Klein detector. It's a fairly high quality one. So
What does it do with the nano-coated wire that's attached to your unit there?
nothing.
No, I mean the rest of it there, the nano-coated part, the blue part, or the insulated part, like.
Well, the black and the red are nano coated inside, but
I mean the other part, the connecting wire.
The
Go
blue
along
part.
that.
Yeah.
the
That
green
one.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Anything
green.
there?
Okay.
Nothing.
Well,
Eh?
that one's not nano coated yet.
Nothing.
Okay. I see.
But yes, like in Arizona, they were actually. He said there a couple of months ago, and I asked him. They were actually getting their testers to beep one on their car
Yeah.
units.
Well, the thing is, it's the environment that it's in. They were putting out all kinds of high voltage and stuff, so it would tend to resonate with the coils. So, like, if you put that unit close to some transformer, or maybe the mag grav when it's running and plugged in, another mag grav that's running and plugged in, it might resonate with it, and suddenly you'll get more power out of it.
Yeah. I think it was Douglas who was saying you can buy these things at dollar store or at Walmart or something, and they're really cheap, really made, and then they beep quite a bit. Like this is a high quality one, and it just beeps when it's close to the electrical wire. Whereas you buy the
Right.
cheaper ones, they pick up a lot more signals. They're not as well
static and whatnot.
engineered.
Yeah.
So other people could be using the cheaper detector, and they're getting lots of beeps out of their stuff.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's
a
true.
big. That's a good point there, eh? As the detectors can be all different in detecting the film. Some more strong, sensitive,
Yeah.
and others less.
Yeah, they put filters on them and so on, like the one that Lee has there.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a cheap one, but I haven't found one yet. So my dollar store doesn't sell them, but maybe Walmart sells them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're
Go around.
Canadian Tire has them, but I'm not sure how much they are right now. They
Yeah.
are having a sale on their amp meters and clamp meters and stuff like that right now. Actually, for those who need to know and are Canadian, which is a pretty small group, I suppose.
Let's try the screen share again. One of the
Okay.
ice things I'm put in the ice was this unit, so I was going to show some pictures of that.
Okay.
I'm going to shut the video off first this time. See if that makes a difference. Okay.
We
Okay.
see a good picture there now.
So that's out in my front porch. This unit here, if you see my mouse, the one with the red top on it, that's that one with the three bottles against, and that's the version V 2.1, and you can see there's some kind of a ring thing going on here, and there's sort of an interaction going between the two here too, and this is the car mag grav in here on this one. This is the two wires coming out of the car mag grav that are tied up top to hold it in there. So this is we'll start with the V 2.1. It's just
What's the circle that we're seeing there?
I'm not sure whether that's part of the field or not, but that's sort of you see the bubbles go right out to the edge of the bucket, and there's some kind of a ring there. When this thing freezes, it starts to freeze on the outside and works its way to the center.
Is this distilled water?
That's distilled water. Yep.
Okay.
And this is a that's looking from the end of the pot. That's looking from the top. There's the tape measure just to show you how big the block of ice is. Just a bit more of a close. Oh, I'm into the car mag grav now. So that's the car mag grav with the wires out. That would have been that other unit. So.
Were the wires hooked up to anything?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, they're shorted together, so.
Okay. Yeah.
So the plasma can flow through the wires or flow through the unit.
Breaker, this is Denny.
Yeah.
Lee, do you have a control item, like put something in there, has no GANs, has nothing, maybe a ball or in a box to see what kind of shape the ice?
You're reading my mind, Denny.
Okay.
Okay, this is a different car mag grav. And you'll notice that the bubbles go right out to the corner of the bucket again on this one. That's from the bottom. Not sure why it looks like that, but that's the way it is. And you can see all the lines going out. Not so much on top, but on the bottom of this. I put a light underneath it just to see the bubbles show up some more. Okay, and this is back to this is another mag grav. Now, Denny read my mind, and this is my control. Without it, this is all it is two pipe caps. Okay, there's no plasma energy here. It's just the two empty pipe caps. There's nothing inside them. So this is how the ice freezes without any field. So does that answer your question, Denny?
That's because there's fields coming off of everything. It's it just what kind of fields they are, and
so what sort of triggered my mind is when I was using those pens and I first froze them in just a cylindrical pot, and the line sort of filled out the cylindrical pot, and then I had them in that fancy juice bottle, which was had the shapings filled out the juice bottle, and then I was looking at the first car mag grav here, and the the lines go out and they're filling out the container. They're going to start in the corners, and you get these nice curves going into the corners and so on. Now with these, let's say we got that circle in there that might be something related to a field, and it's denser around the unit a little bit. But all these other lines, they're just the bubbles as I say, it starts to freeze on the edges, and as it freezes, it gives off some bubbles, and as it keeps freezing towards the center, you get this stream of bubbles. It seems just naturally. These aren't actually fields. Those lines going to the corner of the pot. They're just
yeah, the bubbles
bubbles
are.
from
It's
freezing.
just the air in the water. You can use degassed water and have less bubbles and so on. And there are natural ways the bubbles form in freezing. Yeah, we have
Yeah,
to take
so
that into account.
yeah, so I think I always thought these were the field lines for the plasma, but they're actually not. The circle in here, that might be related to the fields on the plasma, but the
Lee, can you back up 2 pictures?
Is that the one?
Look, yeah, that one. I find it very intriguing. This is the one that is not activated. You said.
No, this is that plasma generator with the 4 bottles of GANS and the
Oh, okay. So
coils.
everything is hooked up, and this is the 3 that goes into 3 configuration.
Yeah, so you got lead GANS in the middle and 3 GANSes in the bottles around it and
Yeah.
coils. So yeah. And this is the car maggrav. Still the car maggrav. Still the car maggrav. That's just close up of the bubbles that look pretty. Still the car maggrav. This is the one with no. This is the empty container. It's just a couple of PVC caps stuck together, and the wire around it is just to hold it up, or hold it in the center.
Oh, I see. And
That's
even that was producing that
Yeah,
circular.
what's that circular thing we see on the right side there?
Yeah, so I think it's just the way it freezes towards the center. A lot of times. So
now, one thing that happens, I think, in some refrigerators at least, there'll be a cycle happening, and there may be like a defrost cycle that'll kick on every so often, and it'll produce some sort of layering effect.
Yeah. These were frozen outside on the deck, and it was pretty much below freezing all on the north side of the house. No sunshine. No, these ones. Not like the ones I did 3 months ago out in the back deck where the sun was on them. So anyway, this is same thing. No plasma fields on this. No plasma field. No plasma field. That's just the ice bubbles. Okay, now this is that same as that first one I did. Only now I've got the pipe framed around with the CO2 GANS. It was nano coated inside the pipe and CO2 GANS because I wanted to see if that frame made any difference. Like Mr. Keshe told us that frame would increase the fields around the unit, but it's sort of inconclusive. It's sort of cloudy around it, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't.
It's almost disruptive or something, or
yeah, that's sort of just close up. I just put a light behind it, whatever. But
it looks more turbulent, you might say, compared to.
Maybe you need a bigger container, actually.
See,
this is a huge container. It took 3 5-gallon jugs of water to fill this thing up.
Wow.
So that's why this test was. I was. Well, I'm reusing the water to wash my GANS, but it was. I sort of said, "Well, okay, let's go to a bigger container and see what happens." And I had this one big plastic container, so I used that one. Okay, now we're back to start. So anyway, conclusion is all these little streams of bubbles we see in these ice pictures aren't necessarily field lines.
Yeah, actually we should find out more information about that because there is information on the internet about freezing and what happens with bubbles when it freezes and so on. There's techniques to freeze, for example, that bartenders use so they can make ice cubes that don't have any bubbles in them. So they have completely cured ice cubes.
Degassing water.
Yeah, basically through
But,
degassing.
What you're saying, Lee, is that that there's no conclusive difference between what you would consider a charged field and a non-charged field in frozen water.
Well, I mean, we get this circle here that does show up in that test, that control unit, so different. And there was a sort of a circle in this one too, but all the bubbles like that circle there, I don't know why we got that circle unless the field stopped it from freezing, and then we got a
boundary.
A boundary,
Yeah,
and then eventually it froze,
Yeah, that would be interesting to duplicate that one and see if it freezes the same way in the same fields, or was it just something? Was that just the timing on the refrigerator?
Duplicating the experiment that makes it conclusive, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point, Guy.
Yeah, and that's sort of looking at it from the side, from the end, and now we're in the MagGrav one. And again, we got there's a circular boundary in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen that before.
And so it is fairly inside that boundary. It's fairly dense with the bubbles.
Absolutely.
Everything outside of that boundary, though, I think is just normal water bubbles. I don't think that's anything outside that's field lines. So anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Good. A few more clues on that subject.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn on the video now. Oopsie. Oh, the camera. Okay. Set up. Alrighty now. Well, are you done yet, Lee?
Yeah, I think I'm done. Let someone else have a turn here.
All right. Now, I heard some voices in the background, but I'm not sure who it was earlier. So, see, who could have that been? Mark? Was it Mark? Did I hear you have a question or something back then? Or
Dimitri, what was with us? Mark.
I thought I heard Mark saying something before we heard
It wasn't
from
me.
Denny. Okay.
Mark got bumped last week, so I wonder if Mark's got anything ready for us this week.
Right. Yeah, it might be good to tune in there. You got anything you want to show us, Mark? Or
Hi, Denny.
Hello, Mark. You got stuff this week?
You know me.
Okay, it'll be good.
I never give up.
Oh, you got bumped last week, and so I just was hoping you were back.
Well, of course. I would never, come on. Right? We're friends.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Things got out of hand last week, and everybody wanted to show stuff. And
You're
all
so
of a sudden,
full of love, Mark.
Well, we ran out of time. We even went another hour or so farther.
I got so sleepy in the end, I just couldn't take it. I'm old.
And Lee got bumped last week too, so he doubled.
It's not a point. We're not being bumped. We're enjoying each other's company. Sometimes we're just old and we just can't hang on anymore.
yeah. Well, the young guys or whoever took over in spite of the two regulars not showing, and we ended up with the longest show yet. I think it like 6 hours long. So, yeah, this old guy was a little bit toast at the end of it too. So, but it was all good. Very good. Good info coming out.
I thought so. I didn't take any. I hope I hope I didn't offend anybody, and I hope nobody offended me. It's all good by my end.
Right on. We're definitely all good. We just missed you. That's all.
Mark, did you get a chance to see the rest of the show?
Yes. Yes, yes.
There was some good information in there.
Oh, because Denny, I'm working on my capacitor right now. Capacitors, because each step we take, and my steps are slow, and I'm kind of, we all just have to take each other's steps and just learn from each other. And, right now I'm trying to understand what actually is a capacitor and what it does, what we're trying to achieve with it, because, coils that are just, like my coils that are just turned around tubes that are going to be filled with GaNs are a wonderful idea.
Lost you, Mark. Can't hear you.
Am I there?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Danny?
Yeah, it must have been mine for a moment. I must have had a glitch here. Thanks.
Try again, Mark.
All I was saying is, I'm going to put the GaNs in my my main unit, but I'm trying to understand about holding and passing on energy in a capacitor or in a battery capacitor. Like everybody's making capacitors or have made generator capacitors or maggrav capacitors or the capacitors with copper and everybody's already achieved that, because they have running magravs right now. I don't have a running maggrav right now, so I'm just trying to learn how to make a really a nice, efficient capacitor that's going to run my unit. So maybe I might have overstepped my bounds and asked several times to Thomas last week how his capacitors were working, and everybody's impressed with, and I wanted to grasp that. You know what I'm saying? I have ideas, and he from what my understanding is, he has working capacitors, and I wasn't getting it. I wasn't grasping it. Sometimes that's where I lag in my ability to understand. So I apologize for that. And, that's where I'm at right now, is in a capacitor stage where I can, we can hold and give power to our unit.
Okay, well, maybe we can examine that a little closer. And I'm wondering if Thomas can help illuminate the subject, perhaps. Maybe we could dive into capacitors and talk about the plasma capacitors in particular, what makes them different than a regular capacitor, and what is this concept of a plasma capacitor slash battery. It's actually that idea has come up recently. It's actually hard for scientists to measure a capacitor that puts out energy at the same time. Normally you have to discharge a capacitor to measure the capacitance and so on. And if it keeps putting out power, then it's never discharged. You're always getting a voltage out of it. Therefore, it can never be measured to its true capacitance.
So how do we define capacitance? You see, the way I'm a newbie, I'm a bit like Mark, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And Mark, I'm in your territory there. I'm basically learning all these different concepts. I never did electronics or any of that. So basically, I'm learning all these different terms and what their meanings are. And when we talk about capacitance, we're talking about storage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
normally.
And size of storage. So
yes, that's
better
right.
capacitance would be better. I can hold a charge.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it holds electrical charge, what we call charge, and usually on two plates, as an example. You'll have a plus and a minus plate, and there's this potential stored between them, and it's according to how big the plate is and how close the plate is to each other and what kind of dielectric is in between. And that's basically it.
To Rick, that's just a simple thought process, because you can multiply the plate times the separation, because you're schooled in that. But me and Guy are trying to understand the separation, so I had to kind of school myself on trying to understand the separation points as to where, like we use different materials to hold and to give, there's different points. I've learned that a capacitor has two different um, abilities. One to hold a charge, one to give a charge. And that means it's a voltage and current. Because the more voltage you give, current, like voltage is a store, it's like the hammer that's, it's like pressure.
Yeah, voltage is what you store the potential basically, and that's that voltage. It's ready to. That's the gradient between in that charged capacitor. But there's no amperage. There's no current flowing. It's a stored charge basically. Yeah.
So in the capacitor, we need to start the flow and stop the flow without because electricity now I'm just thinking to myself, once the electricity, we have to start the energy comes from electricity, which is your point one, which is your input point, which I think is your negative point, because you want to draw the matter through the positive point, which is your negative point, because the inner matter is the solid core. So if you're negative matter, like when you look at Alex speeds, they always put the negative matter at the middle core, in the middle, and then you build out from there.
Yeah, it's like the gravitational at the center, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I base my theory on that principle of going from negative to positive outside, and then sometimes we have to rely upon the GaNs and the nano coating to not allow the short, because electricity.
Right. That would be what we would call in ordinary electronics or whatever a dielectric, which is the material between your two conductors. Normally they would use, like two copper plates, or it can be two different materials, but usually it's the same. And then the dielectric's really important because you want something with what's called a high dielectric constant. So maybe, for example, saran wrap, that plastic, has a high dielectric constant. And if you had that between two plates, the plates could be very close together, but the saran wrap keeps the conductivity from happening. You've got, infinite resistance between that, but it allows the charge between the two plates to interact without discharging the plates, because anytime there's any spark that goes across or any touching of the plates, then they both become the same. There's no potential between them. There's no gradient. Then it discharges the gradient. That's what happens when the charged up capacitor discharges. You put a bunch of power into the capacitor, it could trickle it in or put it in all at once. It's charged up, ready to go, and you cross those two terminals, put a light between them or your fingers or whatever. Don't put your fingers between them, because some capacitors can build up hundreds of volts and could actually kill you. But anyway, the thing about capacitor is it can discharge virtually all its energy almost instantly, so it can be used to instantly put energy into a circuit or take it away. So it doesn't have a lot of lag to it, like maybe a magnetic circuit where the magnetics have to build up and discharge and so on. It's electric, everything is right there, snappy.
So would you consider that a DC power, direct power?
Consider what direct power? The thing is, we have to make a distinguish between, like, you mean the
Direct.
discharge from a regular capacitor? Is that what you're saying? It would be
Yes.
it will be a DC. It'll have a, you know, a plus and minus orientation to it. Yeah.
Okay.
And normally, you know, you might have a diode circuit that allows the power to go one way into the capacitor to store it, and then have another circuit to discharge the capacitor in some sort of rational way that you want to use the energy. But the thing is about the plasma capacitors, you're dealing with a different concept in a way. It's first of all, they normally aren't just capacitors. You can almost always measure some sort of charge when the plasma capacitors are involved, because it's got the nanomaterial layers.
So there's an additional input power
Yes,
to it.
right, and this makes it really hard to measure a plasma capacitor because, like I was mentioned earlier, you normally have to have a discharged capacitor to measure the capacitance. You know, to actually use an instrument. Well, it's not here, but I've got a voltmeter that actually measures capacitance, and they measure capacitance, you know, in farads and microfarads and so on, nanofarads and this sort
Or
of thing.
oscilloscope.
Well, oscilloscope will give you, it won't tell you the capacitance necessarily. It will show the voltage if you're using that capacitor and so on.
So what
Oscilloscope usually shows a voltage rise over time. So you'll get like a sine wave, for example, that goes plus and minus as it's
so that would be
alternating
the
current.
HV of it, or the harmonics, or the HV. I don't know how to explain that, but
It would show more the flow than the containment or the
What?
capacitance.
What
So
does
I'm just trying
the oscilloscope, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, oscilloscope, yeah, it would show the flow, the instant. It gives you a reading on the instant flow that's happening, the potential
In time.
with time, right? Like, what does it look like right now in the last few seconds, basically? And whereas the capacitor is,
It would be
it will just discharge its DC current in a. It doesn't show. It wouldn't be in an AC current to start with. It wouldn't show a frequency or anything. It would generally just be a discharge according to the resistance across the terminals.
so I would be
See,
better
I'm
off.
talking about normally, but in a plasma capacitor, because like we're mentioning, it's got its built-in power supply, so it's like measuring a battery instead of measuring a capacitor. I mean, batteries have plates in them that are side by side as well, but we never think of a battery as being, you know, like a automotive battery, for example. With all these lead plates lined up, we don't think of it as a capacitor and don't treat it as a capacitor that way because it stores electrical energy and the plates aren't used in that manner unless you're someone like Stanley Myers or someone like that that gets into a whole different technology where he uses the same plates that generate HHO are actually like tuned
Yeah, but
resonators that act as capacitors at the same time.
how could we, you know, with a person like that, he's measuring in matter, in material, in stuff that we live in right now. We're talking about stuff that plasma, they can't even measure CH3, CO2, and CuO. They have no idea what the transfer matter is between each layer, whether or how you layer that. You know what I'm saying? So we have
Right.
no of knowing what the field matter is. But from what Mr. Keshe is trying to tell us is once field matter of what we're familiar with is the input, once that comes into our capacitor, once our field is, from the way I'm just trying to make this make sense in my head, is once the field, what we are familiar with, comes into the capacitor as matter, electrical matter, then once that matter is charged or converted into plasma matter, because if you have electrical matter connected to plasma matter, now you're into the plasma matter. Now you're into plasma. It's a plasma field, and now you work from that point forward. So
right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I think so. In that sense, the matter field would perhaps act as the pulse for the plasma field. It'll be the trickle pulse, and then the plasma can interact with that and produce much more energy out of it. Maybe it would act as an energy magnifier, let's say. So you plug it in and it takes 10 watts, but gives out 10,000 watts, something in that range.
Or reverse, only 1 watt in reverse.
Well, I mean, if you plug it in,
if plasma says you're giving me 10 watts and I'm only going to give you 1 watt because I'm slowing it down because now it's.
Well, no, that wouldn't be efficient.
That would be resistance.
That would be too much resistance in the circuitry, and the plasma is not willing to give, and so on. It wants to give a lot, so if we tickle it in the right way, I think it'll be really happy and just be all giggly and bubbly and give off its goodness.
How you can slow down plasma? To just introducing matter.
Is that Armin?
Oh, yes, that's the Armin, the ghost of Armin coming through the ethers here.
You see, I'm a beginner too, and I would like to ask a question about this actually, because I read about Tesla and all these guys, and what I read is that somehow the negative, which has been put to the ground, should have been positive, and the negative should have been in the air. So there's something about that going against the whole Earth magnetic field has a flow and a flow direction, and that the way the system is built on Earth, or the way the electrical system has been built, actually goes against the current instead of going along with it. Would that be a factor in what we're doing there?
What you understand, how we create electricity. Let's go back to that. How are we creating electricity?
We're tapping with what's called the cutting of the fields. I think you mentioned, Armin. Is that what you're getting to in terms of our normal generators and so on? They turn around and the magnets interact with the fields and cut the fields.
Pressurized field in our wires. Isn't that correct? Because if we looked at a wire, the pressure of the compressed electricity, there's actually the solid wire is hollow, and the electricity follows outside the wire. And if you looked at it, the inside of a solid wire is hollow. But you don't see that if you looked at it, you know what I'm saying? So the magnetic field holds on the outside of the wire, so it becomes a pressure. Is that correct, Armin?
You're transferring magnetic field into the vibration of electron.
By doing that, by 2 pressure points on the rotating...
Disturbing the electron to vibrate.
Down the line.
Down the line.
Down the line.
How you create electricity? The rotor is rotating because the water is falling down and the generator is rotating. The magnets are cutting all that windings that you have on the generator, okay, you're transferring the fields, magnetic fields, into the vibration. Correct?
The vibration, does it stay on the outside of the wire?
No, you call it electricity, correct? You collect it the other side.
Yes.
Yeah, it was true that the electricity basically flows on the outer part of the wire, and it's not the electrons, it turns out, don't actually flow so quickly. They only travel about a foot an hour or something ridiculous. And it's actually the charge that flows at near the speed of light or whatever through the, or at least at very high speeds through the electrical lines and whatnot.
No,
But that's technical.
What I'm asking, that you converting field into some kind of vibration, which the end result, we call that electricity.
Right.
Yes.
Without that vibration, you cannot have electricity, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's, flow of charge, and it's got to do with electrons. And
bottom line, field transfer. You're transferring the field by rotating it.
I have a hypothesis on how to do that. If you haven't already done it.
Hi, Mario.
Hello.
Well, we were just discussing the way it's done by ordinary, how we get our power normally at this point.
Right.
But go ahead, Mario.
Well, how to get a standalone generator that's got a feedback loop of 50 hertz is the main problem. If I'm not, is that right?
Well, I'm not sure if that was what Armin was leading directly into here, but
let me explain differently. Okay.
Let's hear what Armin has to say first, but hold that thought, Mario, and we'll carry on with it in a minute here. Let's see what Armin has for us.
This is the wire. Let's say you have already this generator. You already passed the, vibration to your wire. Now you have electrical wire. Look, all the molecules and atoms are tightly packed in this condition. What about you released it into the gas? You're vibrating over here the electron, but this is like a neutron, like a proton.
Still there, Armin? Okay.
This we already understood, how we're converting the field into the vibration of electrons, and we collecting as energy. Now you free the whole neutron, proton, electron together, and they are free in a gap, not attached. If you could have vibrate the electron in a matter state that you can collect very little energy, what about this?
Armin, can sorry, in my layman term, when you say in the green demonstration here, you're talking about a matter state would be a physical state, and then in the bottom section, it would be what, a gel state, or it would be like gelatin, or between matter and liquid?
Guys, all I am saying that you have this whole generator to turning this magnetic field, plus and minus.
Yeah.
You cutting the field, you collecting the field into this wire. The field, It's not touching, correct? How you create the electricity? Because the windings are collecting all that small vibrations and turning into the electron vibration, which we call electricity, correct? I wanna understand this point if I am correct.
Oh, I got that part.
Okay. Then now we have a GANs. What are the GANs? Gases in nanostate. It's like atomic structure. Now you freed it. You can put a little electricity. You can collect a lot the other side.
And are you saying that the GANs is more conductive to the flow?
They by magnitude, they're more higher than in electron vibration, correct? You're giving energy. You're energizing. Very little.
If I understand you, it's like very little electricity at this point would affect tremendously the GANs.
Definitely. You multiplying it with billions of it. Your body transfer, you touch your toe, you feel it in your brain. It's a transfer, it's instant. Because you are in a GAN state. No? Your brain takes billions of years to information about the cell that it needs to be created. No, it's instant.
I think I understand that part, Armin. It's basically like our body, and we are a GANs material, and we do feel.
Yeah, if you matter, if I touch you, you are a matter state. That information will go to your brain maybe in 2 years. Then you will feel that I touched you because I just could vibrate only your electrons. I'm just bringing, examples that you can understand.
No, but it's very simple example that actually makes it clear.
Now you can do magic. Now you have different type of energies, packs, energy packs, because we reduce the field, plasmatic field, enough to see the small proton or electron. It's manifest in our environment, like carbon or copper. It's a reduction of the field. Same, it's a plasmatic field you are holding in your hand, but more compressed. It's a matter we call.
Yeah.
Now you are freed. You freed them. Just by a magnitude. No?
Jay had a question. Says Armin, how does the cut fields get from the winding to the wire? Do they just pass through the air and some get forced along the wire? And if that is right, is there also a lot of electrons lost into empty space where the motor spins? He also says, Rick, when you said that electrons only move about a foot an hour and it's the charge that makes them flow, what is the charge made and where does the charge come from to make the electrons move quicker? And a bunch of questions about electricity, basically. That's if you look it up on the internet.
How fast you rotate your generator, no?
Yeah, well, it's first of all, he says that it's the charge that makes them flow. It's not really the charge is the flow. what makes them flow would be the voltage or the differential or the potential or the gradient. And that's done through the magnetic fields, basically, of the rotating generator, like Armin was showing there. And it's the fields that that are cut, not the electrons. The electrons aren't moving. It's the fields that move the electrons in the wires, which produces a charge and
transferring
so on.
the field. You're
Yeah,
transferring.
well, it's transferring physical energy of the rotation due to water hitting the turbine or whatever, and making that mechanical energy into electrical energy through the cutting of the field lines. Yeah, and it makes electrons move in wires, which makes charge run up and down the wires. And that's.
May I just give my again layman opinion here or point of view? Can we not compare electricity to water, and then say that when we give amplitudes or push and pull, it's like creating a wave on a flat surface, and then this way we can transfer energy.
A wave like in a lake, you mean?
Like water itself on a flat lake does not transfer, but when you apply a wave or an amplitude, a push pull, then you create a wave and then you transfer energy this way.
Guys.
So thinking electricity a bit this way, that's when you create amplitudes.
More or less, I guess. Yeah. If it was a long lake, it would be sort of like a wire, and you would have the electrons and stuff flowing, and a whole bunch of really hard work to pump these electrons and make them do a little bit of work for us. When I think Armin has a better plan, right, Armin? And this is the physicality way, physically moving electrons and so on, but that's not the plasma flow necessarily. That's the difference with the plasma technology versus and what Armin mentioned was this idea of the larger particles. What if it was the protons that are moving instead of electrons, for example, and the protons are 2,000 times the weight factor, so they have, and if 2,000 times the mass, you might say.
Oh yeah, much
if you
much
multiply
more massive.
the mass times, velocity squared, basically, then it ends up like that mass becomes way more potent than the mass of the electron. So as we fiddle around with the electron, mankind fiddles with the electron, we could be dealing with many tens of thousands of, many gradients higher in terms of the energies that could be gotten out of it. And I think that's what seems to be, talked about in the GANs material, which is like little protons, little suns. In fact, the GANs is probably bigger than a proton and has more potential to be utilized than that proton-electron difference. So maybe 2,000 times more, 2,000 times 2,000, and so on.
So an amplitude, like a really, it's like a quantum leap, let's say, in energy. Yeah, I think I got it a little better.
Can you fill in something about that, Armin?
I can feel a lot of things.
I know you could go on all night, but pick something.
You discuss your discussion. So okay, 1 minute.
Doug says in the chat, we live in our physicality by the gradient between the soul through emotion into matter level. Plasmatic gradient.
Matter is plasma too. This is what we don't have to forget.
Well, true, but
tighten up plasma. It's like a really.
No.
No?
Reduction is fields reduces so much that now you see as a particle or as a solid or as a brick or as a anything what's around you.
Yeah, but then it's like a tight little balls, basically, of plasma that look to us on the visual level like it's something solid. Looks like a table, must be a table. But it's actually, if you actually take a electron microscope and go right down on the surface, then start to look at the actual particles and atoms, atomic level, and all of a sudden things start to disappear, and it's mostly space with particles that are long distances between each other, not even particles. It's just
I think it's a little ping
wound
pong
up-
ball in the
wound
middle
up-
of an arena. You know, that's
and the ping pong ball, when you look at that, is just a bunch of magnetic fields. And, the closer you look, the more it becomes fields. And
Guys, we just turn the wheel and cut the magnet, and we're turning the field into the vibration.
Yeah.
right.
Bottom line, this is the electricity. We just use enough energy to turn, meaning the flow of the water to or turbine, gas turbines. So they are pushing the turbine to rotate, the magnets to rotate, and cut the wires.
Yep.
This is just the motion, we transfer it to electricity. In electron vibration, I have to mention that.
Right. Okay. So I think we pretty much got that now. Is there any question? Are you okay with that, Jay? And Jay and Guy, you as so-called. Oh, see, there's a whole thing from Jay here I didn't see because the chat's hard to
I'm
follow.
certainly.
I wish you'd just talk, Jay. It would be so much easier because often the comments are. This one's already
There's
a
a
couple
lot of them.
minutes old. Here, actually, this one.
Hello, Rick.
Hi, Jay.
Yes.
Hi. How you doing there?
Not too bad. I'm just a bit confused because I don't understand how the fields flow along the wire quickly. How, you said about a voltage gets introduced, but where does the voltage come from?
Well, the voltage can come from the difference in potential between, say, the Earth as a ground source and maybe an antenna that you run up a tree. And you take a measurement, you'll find there's a voltage difference between the wire that goes in the ground and the wire that runs up a tree. And if you run it up a tree far enough and lightning hits it, you'll find there's a really, really big difference in potential between those two wires, so much that if you were to be holding them or having a gap between them that was reasonably close, that lightning would travel down the wire and zap across the gap and go into the ground, or zap through you and go into the ground, and so on. So in the case of lightning, it might be hundreds of thousands of volts or in the millions of volts in terms of its potential. And then before it actually zaps as lightning, you have that potential there, but nothing happens. There's no transfer of charge. Charge being basically just a measurement of a bunch of positive or negative charges, and it can be electrons, or it could be protons, or it could be just a charge, depending on what actually gets measured. So that it's the electromotive, what they call EMF, or electromotive force, that actually moves along the wires, not the actual electrons as such. Even though they can measure electrons, there's a lot of confusion about how fast they actually move and so on. So the power through a wire will move quite quickly. It'll move, through electronic circuits at close to the speed of light and so on through circuitry. But the electrons themselves may not be necessarily traveling along a wire. Just the charge, well, charge is usually measured in amperage, and it's according to so much charge per amount of time, basically. So yeah, so I don't know, could you ask your question again there? What question do you have exactly?
I think I sort of get it now. Just it's whatever you said about that the electrons only really move about 4 foot an hour or something, or somebody said something like that.
I forget what the exact measurement is, and it's
Yeah.
dependent on different situations and so on. But the
So-
idea is like, I used to think the electrons move, from positive pole in a battery to the negative and so on. But it turns out that it's the charge that moves that way, as the electrons actually move the other way, and it gets really confusing.
No, but I
it goes
see
right
it.
back to, well, it's like what you said earlier, but it goes back in history to the confusion around what is positive, what is negative. It goes back to Faraday and Benjamin Franklin, and his experiments and so on. And they started conventionally naming it a certain way. And then the scientists came along later and decided to name it differently, which we use mostly in convention. But it turns out the original guys actually had it right, even though their reasons for it were wrong. And now their modern interpretation is more like the ancient people and people but you still have this convention that works for 99.9% of everything. Doesn't matter whether you call it positive flow moving in one direction or a negative flow moving in the other direction. It's still a flow of charge, it's still potential. You just got to keep all the standards correct so that people aren't measuring one way in one country and one way in another country, because that'll be totally confusing. And so the scientists involved had to make conventions and make things a certain way, and by the time we had electrical grids set up and batteries and all this stuff all over the place, then you can't very well say, well, you know what, it turns out that electrons aren't flowing that way after all. It's just the charge moving, and it moves the opposite to the way, the positive charge moves the opposite to the way of negative electrons, and it's just so at a certain point in all this craziness, I trying to learn engineering and finding out about stuff like this, it's very unnerving, and it just makes someone like me want to throw my hands up and just give up on the whole sort of profession of electronics, electrical, and engineering and everything else, and trying to understand things more in this plasmatic context, because it actually makes more sense and is much simpler once we can get our minds on it, get a handle on it. And we're still trying to do that, of course, but we get closer and closer, I think, as we go along. Anyway, I'm not sure if that was all helpful, but
Maybe I can give a little.
Thanks, Rick.
Maybe I can give my own little perspective here again. When I remember I've seen a video somewhere on YouTube where they were describing that where you said that the electron itself is not moving, but the force itself move. If I compare it to water, I'd say if I push a wave onto water, the water molecule wouldn't be necessarily on top of the wave moving with the wave, but the water molecules will convey the force and enact the wave. I don't know if I can make myself
sorry, you were waving your hands.
Yeah, I was going everywhere.
In a French manner, but I missed all that action while I was desperately trying to get the second screen nailed up here. Maybe you can reanimate your wave action.
I was just saying that to me it makes sense when we say that the electrons maybe does not move, it's the charge that moves. And what I mean by that is that maybe there's an amplitude on the electron itself, which which like a molecule of water would actually, you know,
Right.
on a flat without
Now that I see
being
your
still.
your arms waving, it makes a lot more
Yeah,
sense. to
okay,
me,
so
yes.
being still, but when you
But it's
push
true.
amplitude to it,
Yeah.
which actually in act it's up and down, but not necessarily make
Not
it move in
necessarily
time.
going lengthwise. Yes.
Yeah, so
Well, that's especially what happens in like AC current, where you have a sine wave, and it's a push-pull. It's the electrons are being pushed and pulled down the line. You hook onto that line with a device. It's basically getting a push-pull at 60 hertz. You know, it goes positive, negative, compared to a baseline in the middle. So. You know, we make use of that in our AC appliances that work differently than
and there's
DC.
and I don't know. Let me push a little further on this because being a newbie, I don't think like most of you guys are way too smart for me. But I'm following a lot of smart
first
people.
of all, the water analogy is really good, and it's one that's used in electricity quite a bit. And usually in terms of not a lake so much, but a garden hose. So you have a garden hose, and you turn on the pressure, and you know, from the main valve, but you still have your nozzle ready to go, and all that pressure's built up. You see the hose is all swelled up, and you see your friend over there. I'm going to get
That
him.
would be
Right,
the amperage.
and that's the potential.
Oh, the potential.
That's not the amperage. There's potential. There's gradient. There's like real potential. Your friend's over there. You're ready to squirt him with the hose, right?
Oh, the potential.
And you've got some potential. You
yeah,
got this,
that's a potential.
You got this big water gun, and it doesn't stop because it's hooked up to the main faucet, right? So, and you've got potential there, but nothing's happening yet. There's no charge transfer. There's no water coming out. You haven't hit your friend. He doesn't even know what's happening. He's got your back to him and to you and so on. So nothing's happening, but boy, the potential's there. You're going, ha! And you can feel the water building up. The pressure's
So that would be the potential of electricity.
that would be like storing it in a capacitor, for example.
Yeah, there
you
we
got
go.
all this potential
What is
between
stored
the
there,
plates.
ready to go.
Ready to go. Okay? And only when you hit that trigger does the flow actually start flowing through the whole hose and out the end and all that.
And that we consider that as voltage?
Consider what as
like
the flow or the actual amount of material?
Oh, it
What are
would
you
be the
talking
distance that the flow go into us from A to B. That would be the voltage.
No, the voltage is always the pressure differential. So if you had a pressure sensor at one part of the hose where the faucet was, and another part where the trigger was, say, or some other device that's running through the water, say you have a generator that's running through the hose and so on, then you'll have a pressure differential in the hose, and that'll be due to the resistance in the hose. Same with the wire or other device will have resistance in it. So you have a potential at one end of 110 volts, and at the other end it might only be 60 volts, because this device is using up all the voltage differential in between. There'll be a gradient used by that resistance. Same within the hose. If you have a really, really long hose and you go to squirt your friend and you hit the trigger and it just dribbles out, it has a little squirt at first and then it just dribbles out, because there's so much resistance in the hose and going through and through and through that it just slows down it basically gets turbulent, and it just slows everything down, same as it would if the long coil of wire, especially the smaller the wire, the more the resistance. So there's more of a difference between them, and also there's more resistance. Literally with electricity means heat usually. So you have a heater,
more resistance,
small
more
wire, and that heats up and gives us heat. In the same way, small hose will only give you so much pressure out of the end of it, whereas a big hose, a big fire hose, you'll get a lot more volume, a lot more useful work can come out of it. So if you have a big 220 circuit with a huge wire, and hook that up to a large machine, you can do a huge amount of work with it. But if you hook it up with a tiny little wire, there'll be too much resistance, and chances are that wire will heat up and burn out or whatever. So that's basically the analogy between the water and the electricity. There's other similar things. I mean, we talked about it acting as a capacitor when you have the pressure built up in your hose, and then you go to release it as like zapping the terminals of a capacitor, getting all the energy going all at once. And then the resistors or resistance in electrical circuits, similar to the resistance in a hose, or say you run the hose through a sprinkler thing that spins around. Well, all that absorbs some of the energy of that water, and that's part of the resistance of that circuit. What other parts? There's other analogies for water as well. That's all on a sort of a matter level. That's all very much the way the sort of
there's something else involved into it. Let me bring it a little further. It's, let's say now I'm thinking about a wave structure, or let's say using amplitude, like Armin was describing. One system that goes up and down like this, and infinitely, giving me a heartbeat, that type of thing. And then I come up with another system that actually does a heartbeat too, but the two has some sort of a difference to it. So here I'm talking about a way of using two systems to create a pressure, or I don't know if I can explain that thing well, but I know that guys like Michel Grenier.
If you have two frequencies like that, you'll definitely get a beat frequency between them, and that'll be like the difference between the two frequencies, and maybe there's a way to work with that as the pulse. For example, if you had, I don't know, two sounds, we could play two sounds, one at 100 hertz, one at 100 and say 200 hertz. No, that wouldn't work. 100 hertz and 160 hertz, and we would hear the difference between them, a 60 cycle hum between them. Or if you had the difference of, say, 100 hertz and 103 or 4 hertz or something.
I think like you had a beautiful
then you
one.
Would hear like bub 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 bub.
One that I've been shown on Facebook anyway from my readings was 300 hertz, 900 hertz, 600 hertz. So you get a 369, like Tesla said. But basically, when you mix the 300 and the 900, there's actually a mid pulse that basically start waving, and there's a pulse. So basically,
but if you're combining plasma and regular energy, that's where it gets a little.
So would it not be ripples in plasma? Is it
what would
to
be?
Extrapolate it, like you can create
what would be from the matter level?
From the
interaction in a
from
coil
the interaction between your coils in different frequencies. Okay.
Quite possibly.
This is
basically what the way the maggrav works in many ways. You put it through you're putting through a 60 cycle frequency and creating a plasmatic environment with it, and so on. Right, so as Jay mentions, we got a little distracted away from the plasma side. So we sort of described what things are like with, how we get electricity and so on. It's pretty basic, although it's really screwed up with the nomenclature and the way things are named and blamed over the last years and hundreds of years or whatever. But in any case, we can maybe say goodbye to a lot of that stuff, and if we move into the plasmatic domain and don't have to work through some of these details of electricity that we've held sacred for so long that maybe don't apply anymore anyway. You know, it comes right down to it.
Really, eh? So it's changing that much in the domain of electricity.
Well, if they, you know, kind of forgot about certain things that they eliminate in electricity and the equations and so on, back to Maxwell's equations and so on in the early days. Days, as in D-A-Z-E, I think. They were kind of dazed because there's so much going on. I mean, you think about it, and they're trying to make standards for everything, and meanwhile you have industrialists that want it to be this way or that way, and once it's set, and you know, it's hard to change things after that, as we found out with the last 100 and some odd years with burning fuels for motors and whatnot. We had the opportunity for other options, but the industrialists thought it would be a good idea to have that way of doing things nailed down and more refined, so to speak, and truly in a literal way, and eventually monopolize the market on refined fuels that we have today, so far today, which is actually, that whole world's cracking up very rapidly. Cracking up. There's another pun, no pun intended. They crack oil in order to get gasoline derivatives and stuff like that.
Yeah, we should crack our plasma.
I think we better get cracking and back into plasma here. That's right. So, okay, any comments on all that? Comments? If we get too many comments on the comments, we could really be commenting a long time. Okay, well, let's... Armin, have you got something else you'd like to add there? I kind of feel like I might have cut you off in the middle of your plasmatic paradise there. We entered into the lower domains of the physicality. We got electrons dancing in our brains.
Little babe mouth. They're asking for the electron milk.
We may have put Armin to sleep. I wanted to hear part 2 of your description there, Armin. And when we leave the cutting of fields with the generator magnets. Not hearing you if you're talking because you're muted, but I won't unmute you because you might be snoring or something.
Yeah, we put him to bed.
In case, let's carry on. We have been carrying on. Okay, you see, Mark, you got your video on. I'm going to see what the heck you're up to there, because I know you wouldn't be baiting me without having something. Let's get this. Somehow it's not setting up properly for me. Here we go. There we go. Well, oh yes, it seems to be ice with a nano-coated wire. Is this the way it melted out, maybe, or was that added afterward?
The ice, and it maintained.
Looks like a volcano, actually, or what is that mountain?
It maintained the cold in the center.
That mountain in Japan, is it?
Yeah, the Mount Fiji.
Mount Fiji. Okay, you made Mount Fiji. Encircled with a nano-coated wire.
My friend. A piece of art.
No, it's just something I do. You know me, geek.
No, but it's actually a very nice little thing you did there, because just by putting it, you know, do I got that right? It's just that you put that on the top of your container probably, and you allow it to melt, and the whole thing kind of in the center was colder than the rest.
That's a good guess. That's what I would have guessed at my first prognostic analysis of it. But No, it didn't turn out that way. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, nice, nice.
Okay, well,
Tell
fill
me
us in
then.
on the details.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Do you want to pin it, or do you want me? Because
Oh,
I
it's
see.
not pinned. I'm sorry. It is on the live stream, but I need to spotlight. There we go.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah. There you go.
Well, this
But-
one's for to reinforce Lee's. You know, because I try to follow Lee. You know, Lee. He's so innovative, and
Absolutely, yeah.
you know what I'm saying. So I just do stuff a goofy way, and then so now I can kind of reinforce what he has said. This all this was all I did, Guy, was I needed to make some nano coated stranded wire. You know, these are just what you're looking at is just nano coated stranded wire, and they're 12 inches long. Each piece is 12 inches long, and they come off a coil, but I just cut them, because I need them to make my next production run. So I just happened to make, in the plastic bag. I made them in the plastic bag, how everybody does when we nano coat the wires, and I put them out in the sunshine and everything, and with the caustic, and then I washed them with distilled water. So by my third wash of the distilled water, my the little bag that I made them in, I filled the whole bag with water. So 2 weeks or last week, Thomas had a lot to. I had the bag of water out, and Thomas was going on and on. The water was dripping away and dripping away. So this is what was the end. The end.
I see.
There's a longer story to it.
Yeah. So I didn't do anything fantastic, or it didn't develop in any special way. It just I had it on my work table there, and so after a while, came to be like 5:30 in the morning. I went like, well, I better just put it back in the bag and throw it in the freezer again and see what happens. But this is what happened. This is what, like I'm saying, is all the, it was a full bag of water, because I was just washing them. They're just nano-coated wire. I think that's 18 gauge wire, stranded wire. And because it came off the roll, it's in a circular form, and I just threw it in a bag with caustic, and let it bake out in the sun like we do, so that the vapor of it, I actually blow a little air into it, so the bag is puffy, so that the vapor, when you put the bag in the sunshine, it nano coats the wire a little bit quicker. And now, those were sitting in the sunshine for like a week. So, because I'm ready to do my next production run. So when I wash them in distilled water. So I kept on washing in the bag. I like to just keep it in the bag, because the bag now has the energy of each thing. So wash. So I threw it in the after last week, I just threw it in there because it kept melting like this. So Lee, like we were talking just a little bit ago, we thought that the energy doesn't, how the energy flows out of, this is a confirmation. And Denny asked me 2 weeks ago to show him how I have a lot of other pictures of how this energy flows. And I just uploaded all my photo. I have 700 photos of how energy flows from ice to matter. It's without a doubt, I have wires that, maybe a month ago, where you saw the bubbles came off the wires. And I don't know if I can do it right now. I guess if we wanted to experiment, I downloaded all my photographs from, I take pictures of everything. So I finally learned how to download my photographs from my phone to the computer, but then I'd have to learn how to share it. I don't know if we have time tonight to do that, but anyway, to make a long story short, because I got a lot of stuff. We don't have a lot of time, and I know a lot of people want to get a lot of stuff in, but this was just a little shout out to Denny and Lee that these wires actually produce some sort of energy to where the way it dissolved, or the distilled water dissolved around the wires, is it made a dome. It actually, and like I said, and I have other pictures of my other ice pictures where I wanted to tell Denny I can confirm that energy comes from the bottom and pushes to the top. It always comes from the bottom and pushes to the top, and this is how it dissolved, and you can see if I really let me see if I can't. I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, it won't zoom in any more than that, but some of my other pictures, like you can see where the all the energy comes from the wire outward. So then, we said that it was confined in the container. So I can say that now I have to get up out of my chair because confined in the container. Well, here I should probably. Let me turn my thing on here. I didn't expect to go on right away, but does that help a little bit? Here, let me look at it. There's the light flow through it.
That's Mount Fiji with snow on it. Yeah.
Thanks. with a nano coat, just some nano coated wire, and I can put the light force through it, and if I put it underneath it, you can see the bubbles coming towards us in the picture, and the way it melted. It actually kept that middle like you see it. It pushed the. If Denny can understand it, you see how that goes, Denny. So I said to myself, well, that was contained in a plastic bag. Here's the plastic bag that it was in. Oh, let's just kill that. Here's the plastic bag I had that it was in. So in the plastic bag, if you can just imagine that this was here in the plastic bag like this. Outside the bag here, let's see if I can do this correctly. Okay, so what you're looking at is water that made it outside the Ziploc bag. I had the Ziploc bag completely sealed. And if you can just see, how much the energy came outside the bag without any, it came past the seal and everything else. Is that showing up on the camera? How the bubbles?
We can see it quite well.
So the question is, does the hydro gases that the nano-coated wires make from push out from the energy from plastic or not? Well, I believe that this is your answer. Because this would be, like I said, this would be the end. You know what I'm saying? This is the end of the piece of plastic, the sealed plastic. And then the energy just came directly out through it.
That's interesting. It looks like air ice. Now you have lightweight ice. You've invented a new form of ice.
Well, the bartenders would be pissed at me.
Yeah. Well, if it was certain kinds of vapors trapped in there, GANs vapor, essentially, which is in a way might be what gets trapped in something like that. So you might have a sort of a solid way of transferring GANs vapor.
Well, one way or the other, we can actually confirm that, through the ice experiment, through Lee's experiments outside, and his energy force fields, you could see how they formed. These are just, if everybody did these things, you would know which way your fields are being built. It's just another tool, and I just wanted to reconfirm that within the group. So anyway, so moving on. That was one of my experiments anyway. So number 2, let me just move the camera out here. Because I have questions now, personal questions. In this experiment that you're looking at right here, this is just a MagRav units that I'm trying to, from the Ganses of the I made inside the containers, as you just saw, these 3 containers were the potassium sulfate, or the Epsom.
Glutamate, is that what you mean? Or
yes, potassium glutamate with magnesium sulfate.
Right.
Yes, which were these. And the reason why I wanted to refer to these was, when I keep looking at these, they make salt crystals, heavy salt crystals. So down here, I thought, well, if they're going to make salt crystals, I thought maybe on my nano-coated, I'm trying to get to create crystals on the coils. So that was one of my experiments that I wanted to show last week, but so I'm working along with that. I don't know if that makes sense, but with the magnesium and the magnesium sulfate, it just seems like it really builds up a lot of crystals in the containers. And so I thought, well, I dipped them in the solution first, and I actually put other the same our regular Ganses with that, so that it was that plus so 1 plus 2 in each one of these. It's just an experiment, so that's what I was working with. So I dipped them for 3 days and left them sit in the Gans material, just so that the nano coating would absorb the material. And then I flipped them around and kept them above the material, so that the salt crystals could start to form. So what I do is, each day I take the top off, so to release the air inside, so that the vapor of what's down below starts to have to move up. You know what I'm saying? So that the air exchange, so it's not a sealed container. You just let it air out for a minute and then put the top back on. So these are going to it's an experiment that I'm working with. So me, Rick, I just like to show things that I'm doing. I don't want to hide stuff.
Yep, nice.
So are you getting any crystals on them?
Denny, they're wet still, so I don't see crystals. So each time I keep burping them. That's what I call burping them, when I take the tops off.
Yeah, when you do that, you'll be releasing some of the water vapor, and that'll increase the concentration of the salt, and so the salt will tend to want to deposit out more and more as you do that, for sure. Especially if it's in a warmer area, it'll tend to evaporate even faster.
So it would be better not to touch the lid, you mean?
So
Well,
that's why.
no. To release it could be good. It depends. What with making crystals of any kind, it's usually a long process. It takes time. But if you want to make it quicker, then you increase the salt concentration. Then it'll deposit out faster. If you
Well, do you grow?
otherwise, it,
You can grow crystals, is what
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
right.
you can grow, magnesium sulfate crystals. Basically, that's what we get. Is the Epsom salts is the crystals that are just ground up. So that could be grown. Alum crystals grow really well. I remember growing them when I was a kid. You just get some warm water and mix up the alum and let it sit with a thread going into the water, and you've made crystals over the next week or two.
So that was my I had three, the plate, I nano coated the coils. It's just a magrav coils in just our basic standard coils. But this one over here is the uh, inner outer, the inverted one. Just because I like that one and to be in the middle. And I did that one with um, the total amount of all my ganses. So, because that's a middle gans, that's a central core gans. These are single ganses. This is a mixture of gans. So we'll see. You have to grow these things, so it'll be a process anyway. So my main question, these are just fun. This is fun stuff, and I actually got to talk to Armin this week because I had a small problem with making. Let me switch it down here. I had a small problem making I'm making these. These are my Armin connectors, and I started because 2 weeks ago he said because I was going to put them in my because I was getting ready to nano coat these, and we learned about the 12 salts, and he said to put a pinch of the we're all cooks. We cook, or we just we're trying to learn. But anyway, I put like 5 milligrams to 2 gallons of um, 2 gallons of distilled water and 10 ounces of um, 10 ounces of the NOA, the caustic. And I do that in my roasting pan. But what happened was it made these turn green. So he said to me, I used too much of the salt. So I got rid of I didn't get rid of it, but I made a new batch of the NOA and put just a little bit less of the 12 salts. And now they turned out beautiful, just beautiful. I don't know if you can see the difference, but my first 3 runs of the coils, they all were completely green, and I went like, oh, and like he said, too much green means too much salt, too much, because 12 salts are very powerful. So I backed it up.
What
Go
was
ahead.
your salt concentration of the other salts? You use like 10% normally, don't you, or something
Well,
like
no,
that?
no, no, no. These weren't in. These are just my connectors, and I was just nano coating them. But remember, about 3 weeks ago, he said, if just to introduce the 12 salts, put a little bit in
Okay.
your.
Yeah.
So, but
You,
I put a little bit too much.
yeah.
Me from Detroit, too much is too much. We want chrome. We
If
want
an
put a
inch
little.
of chrome, the saying is, if an inch of chrome is good, then a foot of chrome is better, and that came
You
from the
know,
1950s when cars were expanding and their bumpers were getting exponentially bigger year after year. And
Yeah.
but now it's a
And
little
this is
different. Now you can't find chrome on a car.
this is the environment I grew up in.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So he helped me out there, and I really appreciate Armin's advice. And he was gracious enough to give me 5 minutes of his time, and with his advice, look, it turned out beautiful. So I would just like to say thanks, Armin, for your help. So the next thing, I'm working on capacitors. So my first idea, I don't know, you know, Thomas, Tom, you know, he had a great idea. And, I just was, I'm a, I'm just a thinker and a designer, and I don't know much, and I got to ask a lot of questions. So I did, and I don't know if his was a working design, but I actually had to teach myself a little bit about capacitors and how they actually worked. So I had to make a prototype in order to have a working something to actually physically hold and feel. So I don't know how his was worked. His was a working. So anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I went from this. This was my first thought. So in the thought process, because let's go. Anyway, you can see that the first piece of it is just a four 14 gauge regular house wire, 16 or 14.
Probably
14.
14. Yeah.
Yeah, 14 gauge copper wire. And then I wrapped it with just what was it?
Very
Eight,
tiny.
yeah, real small
Probably
millimeter, 8
32
millimeter.
gauge or something.
Yeah, it's really small. It was brass. It's
Mm.
pure brass, pure brass. And that was going to be my central core. But then I learned that when you have a central core, you should at least come on out there, you little booger. I didn't, I didn't, I didn't have a sleeve for this one, but this was just my first thought. So you got to apologize for me not having the separation in this part of the core, because I didn't know. This was my first thought, and I didn't understand what separation was. So what I did was I just wrapped the brass right around it, and then the nano coating begins. So anyway, so then what I did was I thought, well, to make a capacitor, we needed I wanted to make a couple different fields. So I put a nickel coated, because Rick, me, I have to have inner stuff. So I made this wire here is pure nickel, inserted in a vinyl tube. So this part here should have been, I should have an insulating piece there, because as you reverberate the fields, it has to be nano coated and insulated, if you can imagine that. And I learned about that, so I know that this one was just my prototype. So if you can imagine, we have copper, we have brass, we have nickel, and now we have insulation. So then I thought, well, okay, you have to have aluminum. So I made an aluminum inner core, and then I put the another vinyl tube, and then I had then we have copper outside. But then I had to learn how to nano coat each one and build it, because each one of them has to be nano coated and gansed. And I thought, man, that's a lot of work for each one. How am I going to get that done? But anyway, that was my first design. So I had to ask my next door neighbor, he's an electrician. He told me that transfer of power wouldn't happen because, well, it would have probably, but it would have been a short right here. Does that make sense to you, Rick? Would that have been my short out point right here?
Well, you've got your outer coils connected to that center pin, right?
Yes.
And all of the physicality stuff, that center pin, the brass coil and the nickel coil are all touching each other, and they're not heavily nano-coated, so they'll be in electrical conductivity. They'll be acting as one wire, essentially. But there will be, at the same time, because of the nickel and copper and brass, they're all different elements, and they will, just because of two different elements that are touching each other, will produce a field between them, or produce a potential. So it in effect acts as a battery to have two dissimilar metals. You can use two dissimilar metals to give a voltage and so on, and be a thermostat and so on. But then you have that insulated from the next coil, which is was that aluminum, or was that nickel on the larger coil there? Yeah, that one.
That one's aluminum.
Okay, so you have a sleeve between the inner and that aluminum, and then between the aluminum there's another sleeve to the copper, right? So the
Yes.
aluminum is completely electrically insulated in the center?
Yes. Yes.
Right. And so your outer and inner wires are connected, but that center aluminum is not connected, is the way I understand it.
Correct.
Okay.
But
Now,
I thought about that point too. Now, do you think it should be connected?
well, what are you creating, first of all? Is this a plasma capacitor, or is it like a health pen effect?
Well,
Or
it would be a plasma capacitor and a battery all in
okay.
one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I thought to myself. So I say to myself, like you just said, should the end be connected or not? So with the plastic cap,
Hold it down a little lower so we can see. There you go.
okay. So I left it wide
Right.
open it
Now,
here
is
at the
that you have two copper wires on the outside, or is that all? It's not one piece, is it? It's got
no.
right. Okay, they're separate. Yeah. Okay, so where are your input and output connections to this device? Would be my question, I guess, so I can clarify what it might
Okay.
do.
So here, let me just go ahead and build it for you so you can actually physically see it.
Yep.
Okay, so if I inserted this tube here, it would go completely to the end here.
Mm-hmm.
So this raw brass and copper wire is the actual core that would
Yep.
feed itself all the way through this is nickel in here.
Yep.
That's nickel. So if I insert that all the way through, and I have it come out the end point, which would be the cap,
Mm-hmm.
do I need to connect because now the nickel, the brass, the copper is all at a connection point, and it's all disconnected between all 1, 2, 3, 4 of those would be connected in the end cap, and it would have to discharge through the last plastic coated, the plastic vinyl tubing to get to the copper wire here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm using this here. From with the Alex bead, I thought this was the the return back to make it the battery. That was my understanding, was that you had to have the return back in order, and this would be, all this is your positive charge and all of this would be your negative charge. So even if I connected like the battery, like a battery pack, and I got a 6 volt and I'm sending the negative here and the positive out here, I could either pick up but some of the videos show that you could um, return the exterior positive to the interior here. You know what I'm saying? There's a return here, but you pick, this here is your hottest point, if you ask me. Now there's a 5-point one, there's a 5-point coil where you put the earth ground in between here and you have an earth ground loop, but I didn't get to that point. That's really, that's a little bit more than what I can comprehend right now. So, but this is where
Okay, now your loop on the right there, I don't know if you see my arrow, but on the right, that goes through the wire, right? The wire goes through the loop on the bigger one there.
Yes, that would be my I consider that the re-energizing loop.
Well, it will, if it's making physicality contact with that center wire and that loop on the right, then that whole coil will have the same potential as that center wire. So if your center wire is maybe your input wire, say you have a bunch of energy coming through that input wire as on a electrical.
This one here, right?
Yeah. Well, that's
what
going
if
to
that
get.
would be my negative wire?
Well, are you dealing with a DC circuit?
Yeah, it would. Yes, it would be DC because it would only be a 2-pole system. You know what I'm saying? Because the little motors that I use are only a 2-point motor system. So I thought, this would be my negative. This would be my positive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Even if I when I go to charge this, what I believe is going to be a capacitor, this is just my prototype. I have a different one.
Well, the thing, like in terms of an ordinary capacitor, this probably wouldn't work too well as a capacitor because the distance between the plates, or in this case coils, is too far. The fields wouldn't reach out far enough to act as a capacitor, and there's not enough surface area really. Normally, a capacitor might have foil that could be many meters long, wrapped up in a long.
Well, you tube. Guys that know so much are so, because my neighbors like you.
But the thing is, this is just looking at it from an ordinary point of view, and also though you do have these two copper coils beside each other, which is interesting, with essentially a core out of aluminum and nickel and copper and so on. So they'll definitely, it's almost like having what they call an iron core solenoid or an iron core coil system, and you can pick up electricity from one coil off the other coil in that scenario, in an ordinary sense, basically with a core. Like you can also do it with an air core without having the wires in between, but it's much less effective. So having those wires would help with that transfer between those two coils. So something would come out of it if you were to power it up, having power come through that, either of those coils or either through the center, depending which way you make it flow. And but if it's just a little bit of energy coming through, it may not be enough to make the fields to cause the whole thing to interact. It might just be too weak with weak fields coming through. But the thing about it is, if you look at it as a plasmatic capacitor, and maybe there's ganses involved in nano coating and so on when you have it completed, then all of the above is kind of out the window. Essentially, it's not as relevant in terms of, ordinary electronics or electrical theory is not as relevant when it comes to the plasmatic way of looking at this device, which is somewhat has to do with the inductive and capacitance in an ordinary way, but not necessarily.
So,
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's really loud, really loud. Something wrong with you have to turn down your microphone.
Okay, now.
It's still very loud. Can you turn the gain down or whatever? It's
Okay, now. Okay, test.
starting to come through. It's a little
I will jump to the other microphone. Give me a second because I got something from Mark.
yeah, there's something going on. There's a lot of static and stuff too. But you were clear last time, so maybe you need to work on that. All right, he's got a question for you when he comes back here, Mark.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Hello,
that's
hello.
way better. There you go. Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying on my computer, but unfortunately.
hi, Thomas.
Hi, Mark. I got something for you. I will show you some photography and some photos because you actually do something very interesting. Sometimes when I got time to do the same experiments and got photo documentation today without any shaking camera, no any problems like that.
Okay. Let's see. Well.
Okay, wait, give me a second. I need to actually put the share screen. And okay, is the share screen now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, don't look at the machine. I mean, that's one of my crazy prototypes. Look at this element, please, guys. And I show you a little bit more. Okay, gonna be some jumping. And a moment. No, it's fine. Okay, okay, that's the element. What is the only element? Because I think they need some explanation. Give me a second. I'll switch to some drawing elements. All right, I got it. Okay, this is those elements. That's the nano-coated copper. That was zinc, but normal, nano-coated. This one has the CH3, and if I could remember, CO2, something like that. I mean, two gases, mostly CH3. So that was the concept for capacitor and the battery. And it's still working somewhere in my mind. It's still some progress. I didn't show you today anything new because everything is under construction, but actually I follow this idea if I get some extra time. So that's the main concept for capacitor. Instead of work with the, let's say, core, like something like that, and the typical coil around the core, and a piece of material between whatever gonna be, as aluminium, whatever you got. I was go for zinc. My mate actually sent me the zinc plates, so which is I was like, okay, that's a good idea. This is enough enough to do this experiment. So this is my zinc plates. That's my, so let's say core, and I should just something different. All right, it's gonna be more clear, and that's my zinc plate. Same idea, but with a different shape. Nothing radical. It's just reverse everything on it, I don't know, 90 degree on opposite side. All right.
The thing about it is, oh, sorry, nice to have the drawing back
Right.
there,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
the zinc is not like an electrolyte or not a dielectric that might be in between. It's a
It's like
conductor, but I guess with the GANs in there and with the nano coating, then you end up with a similar circumstance. Yeah.
exactly. That was my idea, to actually put the gravitational conductor between and check what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So.
And what did happen?
That's
All right.
sites, and that's the working. Okay, and now I got 7 volts. That's was DC, of course, and if I could remember, 1 ampere, something like that. Like that's the diodes, as you see, and connection is straight by. Well, I'll just put some currents here and checking what's actually happened. I was glued at. I was actually changed the construction a little bit. So this is the extra copper plate. This one on the bottom, very tiny one, is straight connected through the electric grid. That's my actually minus, and that's my
nano coated. Is it nano coated or is that copper?
No. This is nano-coated copper. This is a tiny one.
And your alligator clip will be like a smooth clip that doesn't penetrate the nano coating and so on. Is that true? Or
okay, I'm gonna give you a very. Okay, let's go from the bottom. That's my first nano-coated copper plate. So the copper plate is connected through the minus.
Right, directly to the copper itself, not through nano coating.
As you see here on a shot, see this is the crocodile.
Right, so that'll probably break through the nano coating into the physicality of copper. That's what I'm trying to establish.
A little bit, but I was very carefully, and no any scratches, nothing like that. Actually, the crocodiles are polished, they flat.
Oh,
they
okay.
actually use in this environment. It's
right.
Not like because,
okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that.
Kind of custom work. Anything. This is the connection to the diode, as you see. So the next plate. Let's go to the next plate. The next plate is a copper. Of course, I got some gases between, dry ones. This is the mostly CH3. That was experiment with the CH3 mostly. And after then, I got piece of zinc, the zinc plate. Oops, I will do something. I need more space. All right, that's the zinc plate. Those elements are a piece of shellac. This substance one I use. They actually glued. I use the mica glue, like organic glue, because normally all this construction was shaking and stuff like that. So the idea was put the drop here, put the drop here, put the drop here, like a star formation. They also with the gas CO2. So that was the CO2 inside the shellac. Even normal B works is absolutely fine if you're gonna mix it with the dry gas. It's absolutely okay. As you see, the idea with the gluten, they follow to the next step. As you see here, same story, because I just need actually make all this construction stable, and I don't need any gravitational elements here. A part of piece of zinc. That's all. So that's my magic glue. and also piece of CH3. I should put the right color for the CH3. All right. That's my CH3 guns. And what's next? The next is the next plate. As you see, the next plate is a copper. Same story. Same guns. Drops to glue all the stuff together. The same story with the ganses. And with the guns, with the CH3. Same things. So, and top of this, the last plate, what you got, that's actually piece of nano-coated titanium, just piece of titan, nothing like just square pieces, because I was put the connection through the piece of titan, because that's I was here with the different experiments, and they was actually put together very good way. It's a very tidy up and very solid connection, and there's no any scratches if you use top of the plates. That was another reason. So avoid every single scratches. I mean, if you're gonna use your microscope, probably will find lot of scratches. But I got this idea like, okay, I will try minimalize and see what's gonna happen. And Titan get also extra property because this is the nano-coated Titan, nano-coated piece, and just normal connection through the diodes. This is they look like a letter. It's just folded this, and the wire go this way. If you like to get this idea, this is one sheet of titanium, something like that. I need to fold them to do something like that. So, and put the cable inside. That was the idea, to check the connection, they will work or not, or all this experimental stuff. Anyway, actually, and polarize the signal on one end. So let's draw this connection, and the next one. All right, and this titanium, and also is connect to the plus. So that's the idea. No any guns between titanium and the copper, nothing like that. Just only between two. Those one was quite stable, so I decided do not group them. Just put it one on top of the another. So that's the construction. Yeah.
Can you explain to me now what is the 17 volts and 1 amp? Is that what's going into this cell? Or what?
Yeah.
Where does that came from your power supply? You mean?
That's the power bench supply.
And what you're doing is you're using this as a diode or rectifier or something, and it steps down for the transformer for the diode to light up.
Exactly.
So it doesn't burn it out. It takes it down to maybe 3 volts or something.
Exactly, but that's was the 17 volts, and actually was actually happened next, because I mean I was test this environment, because if you connect on a short time, this the too short sometimes to spots was actually start happen with this situation. So sometimes your wires go to heat, and many things possible to happen. So the good point is left them for, I don't know, even a few days, and check and observe what's actually happened. Avoid any scratches, any disturbances. It's on the battery, because this is basically battery, but working on double side, because this is your let's say this is your one part, and this is your another part. So they try always find some connection, but actually separate by nano layers, and this is the battery.
Is it taking a charge, do you think, while it's hooked up? Is it charging that battery, or Why would you?
with a small,
What happens when you disconnect the voltage going into the system?
this is more plasma battery, because every single elements here do the fields, and I was looking for field, not exactly for do any measurement with electric devices, anything like that.
Right. So there's not enough residual voltage to light the LED once you disconnect the leads to it. It would
no,
the
that was
LED would go out,
yeah,
right? I see.
yeah. That was outside supply. It was not any self-sufficient device, nothing like that. This is all, I was only check the properties for nano-coating material and how they will behave with the other. Because, okay, guys. Because
Well,
one
it's
thing.
always a question how to connect to the nanomaterials, and that titanium sandwich there is an interesting concept. Is it just held on by the elastic bands, and that's the only? There's no glue on that, right?
Yeah, and I was forgot to mention one thing. That's what's important. That was the plus. The plus was connected to the copper, not to the titanium, but the plus was connected in a once again in different matter. This is the another. Let's do on the side. This is another piece of coated copper, same color, same meaning, and that's was connection with the plus. So the plus travel across nano-coated copper, and the diode is and the diode was connected here.
Right.
So I got straight load. I got straight load from the top, which is straight connect here. Another was using only nano-coated layer. So as you see, I got on the photography. So that was a short explanation and what's actually happened next. All right, let's go. It's a bunch of the same photography, so different angle. Okay, as you see now, okay, was a few scratches and stuff like that, but they look dramatic on the photography, but at real was fine, was not that bad. So this element, this is the copper wire. So the signal go to the plate, and from the plate go through the titanium, and from titanium go to the diode. Circuit like that. So I got interaction between this first elements and the nano-coated plate, working with conjunction with the ganses and with the zinc plate. So zinc was was not nano-coated. So on the bottom I got, let's draw like that. This is my, let's say, minus. This is my minus. This is my plus. This is my plus, and this is my plus. I'm in the nano-coated copper wire, and there's my plus and minus, something like that. I mean, mostly minus, but in conjunction with this plate, few things start happening. Okay, that was the first experiment with the small voltage on the DC. Okay, as you see, the diode worked perfectly, no any problems, nothing like that. And the diodes works also perfectly when I connect this copper wire to the zinc. Probably I didn't mention this on the photo, unfortunately. But everything is absolutely fine. The cable is absolutely fine, no any heating. As you see, another connection, another different, I mean, I just put the bigger surface, that's all. And as you see now, because this is it's not that visible. Okay, now I got the second plate on the top. I got one and another. So now I got construction. The first one, the second one, the zinc one, and 1, and the second the copper and the connection. So, and connection is like that and like that. So sort of tower. That's my plus, that's my minus. And sort of device. I was trying to check how big gonna be field be generated by this small, let's say, capacitor battery, but the plasma capacitor battery is not the electric current. It's a little bit different idea. And so the next, okay, and that was the next part of the experiment. So let's simplify everything because many elements, that's always, I mean, many problems. So less elements, less problems. So those construction based on the previous ones. Okay, let's do, just looking for a space on the screen. All right, okay. That's my copper pipe, as you see, nano-coated from outside, inside, fully nano-coated, and the copper plate. That was actually a bit disturbed the plate because it was middle of the work, and I was checking how they gonna behave. Fortunately, like always on a photography look like massive disaster, but in reality was not that bad. Everywhere was tiny, not I mean not very heavy, but good enough nano-coated layers, so was no any matter. But anyway, I was checked a few different properties, how far I'm able to go with the nano layer, how if I'm gonna disturb the nano layer, what's gonna happen? If I'm gonna disturb more and more, where is the boundary, for example? And that was one of the tests because it was not the best made copper plate. So one of the tests. So this is my first connection, my in with what I got here. I got here plus. That's the plus. And that's the diode. And the minus. Oops. Okay, and minus go there through the cylinder. It's just copper cylinder like that. So this is my copper cylinder. And go on the opposite side, as you see here, to the diodes. Nothing more. So no tricks. The copper cylinder, the nano-coated as the nano-coated copper cylinder, something like that, and this is the nano-coated copper plate on the bottom. Nothing between. Apart of I was used the gases, the liquid plasma. I was spray them before. That's the reason why you don't see any physical gases, but the field is already there. And was of course CH3, CO2. I mean, a few different gas, but combination of basic gases, nothing fancy.
So,
and,
did you spray the cylinder, or are you spraying the connections of the cylinder to the plate? Or did you
all cylinder before? I was actually I was dropped to the nano-coated to the liquid plasma basically. I was dipped in nano-coated plasma, and plate was sprayed. I mean, all fully. All the stuff was sprayed basically. It was dipped in liquid plasma. But after when I dip in a one plasma, I was take time to dry, and after when everything was dry, I was put to the next liquid plasma again. So this sort of things. I mean, just building the layers, not everything at the same time. So that was the connection. Nothing between, apart of field. And as you see, no any problems with the cables, no any heatings. I was left them for 24 hours, like an experiment, and checking what was gonna happen. I was cross the cables because when you cross the cables, you get this heating effect if something is wrong. So I was try in a few different ways. Then my bench supply survived. Everything was fine. No any problems. Oops. Okay, let's go to the next photo. Okay, as you see, everything is fully working condition. So, and as you see on the corner, I got two devices working in parallel. Okay, that's the closer view. As you see, no any tricks. I will try connect on the 90-degree. Like one connection is on one side of the plate, and the load is connected through the other side of the plate. So, as you see, and worked perfectly. Also, it's actually a really cool thing. And that's the mini version. Also, was connected before, but I didn't mention on the photography. So, but that was the smaller version. It's really mini, tiny one, 1 centimeter diameter for the copper pipe. Even if like go smaller, no problems. So that was the conjunction. Because with the higher voltage is possibility you will sorry, give me a second. Okay, show screen.
Thomas, may I ask if that's are you getting a reading or a millivolts or volts or off
No,
of
no,
that?
I'm really not very interested with the that's to show you electric current meter, because I mean I know the history of electricity, and for me it's a joke basically for human intelligence, all the standards. And I'm quite radical with this stuff. There's no any electron flow, no any.
Okay, so you're not into electrical flow, so you're into plasma flow, right?
Exactly. But that's what I do.
So all the green and red wires are nano coated.
Yes, slightly, yes. Not very heavily, but
or you treated those wires.
I don't know.
You treated.
They was connect for probably 1 year through the kind of experimental MAGRAPH unit, so everything is actually quite nano coated by
So what
connection.
Everything we're looking at is nano coated.
Yeah. A part of this these cables, because that's normal cables. Those one.
Well, I'm just asking because the alligator clips seem to be silver.
You know what? I do not worry too much about this. I just polish them to don't scratch the surface. That was the trick. So, and I was checking what's gonna happen with the diodes, and they're gonna light or no, and I will get some electric sparks and everything gonna blow up, or everything gonna work fantastic, and I'm gonna create some interesting field between.
So actually, you want that once it's all done, you're hoping that it all.
Do you imagine? I mean, that was Mr. Macron says a few times, long time ago. It's about the properties for the non-coated layers. So we don't need to use the paper inside and stuff like that. So if you know how to do it.
The only reason I'm asking is because I'm in this.
But let me finish. Let me finish, Mark, because it's not the end. Sorry for this long explanations, but it's not the end, because this is the middle of the experiments. Actually, I very quickly will finish. So this is the another version, and the another version is a little bit different, because top of the I need to draw very quick, because this plate, this is the semiconductive. I was check the semiconductive properties. Something like that. Okay, and zinc, and after zinc I got copper, and I got very specific copper. I will draw like that, because those copper is actually nano coated only on the one side, on the bottom. The connection is nano coated, but from the top I got my piece of titanium.
Since we've been talking, I've lost all interest.
Let me finish, Mark. Okay, thank you. And top of this connection, I got this story with titanium. So I got semiconductive materials, because this is the nano-coated steel. I mean, remember that this is the nano-coated titanium, and the un-nano-coated for one side plate of copper, and on the bottom was nano-coated. So I was checking gonna be electric spark, and I'm gonna get some problems, or everything gonna be fine. This is I was checking the semiconductive properties, because if everything is right, there's no any chance to to blow up things. I mean, that was prototype, so it was not the best mates. So don't use them with high currents. I was use this capacitor for 230 volts with the magraphs, with conjunction with the magraphs. But unfortunately, I was do a few scratches and nano-coated layer. Accidentally, when I just walk on top of the floor and something.
Let me ask you this, Thomas. Do you like me or not?
I like you.
then I for some reason, every
Like you.
time we have communication, I feel a negative feeling that you send towards me. And just since we've been together here, just in a matter of the last hour or so, my internet connection has gone completely gone. I'm talking to you on my mobile device.
Right.
Wait. Just let me just finish this. Just let me finish just for a half a second, and you can draw and design and have your way about you, because it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just here to have fun. And since you came on and started to do all this, I have no connection now to the internet. I'm talking to you on a mobile device, and I was just talking about a capacitor, and all of a sudden my whole um, internet connection is gone, and all my connection is gone. And I probably believe that you'll probably blast my phone now that you know that I'm talking off of it. So, anyway,
Mark, if you like to use this idea, for example, to check how, to do gases, for example, that's quite interesting thing, because you create plasma environment. You turn electric field without no any big problem, using a small voltage on the DC, without no any extra layers between, no any papers with the guns. This is very elegant solution. I give you, part of my research, which is, I think, very elegant solution if you like to experiment with gases, with the production of gases and on the small currents. I just share my knowledge with you, sir.
Yeah, I don't see the connection, Mark. That I didn't pick up any negativity toward you or anything here. I don't know. Maybe
it definitely Rick is on my end.
Well, what Thomas can be a bit sort of not overbearing, but he can be.
I don't even. You know
kind
what?
of-
I thought Thomas was a good person and everything, but just in the matter of time that we've been just talking, and I just showed my capacitor, my whole system, my internet is completely wiped out. I'm talking to you on my. I had to download the Zoom app and go on my. I've never did this before. It's just I had to jump on my
Well,
phone.
why is what's that got to do with Thomas? I don't get it at all. So this coincidence happened, or do you have some? Do you pick up some
Mark,
sort of negative
that's
vibe
I
from
show you,
Thomas?
Mark.
What's going on?
Mark,
it doesn't have to do anything with Thomas.
Can I explain you, Mike? Mark, what I like to show you?
I actually enjoy Thomas's
I try
presentation.
you one thing. When you get your capacitor, that's what I show you. That's your capacitor, sir. You got copper coil. This is your core. Outside the core, you get your aluminium. All right, and after then you got connection with you got another coil top of the capacitor. If you will connect everything, for example, this part to the plus and core to the minus, it's quite interesting experiment. It's not too bad to do this. If you're gonna do good, if you're gonna make the really right nano-coating layer, you need to spend some time with this nano-coating. That's the only one issue I discover with the story, and it's huge possibility everything gonna be work fantastic, and this is a good solution and quite interesting thing, because they turn immediately all the things connected with the electric currents to the plasma environment. So if you get plasma environment, maybe you will reach some interesting effects with the GANs production. That's, you know, you ask about someone do this or someone got experience, so you see my experience with stuff. And I also connect these things, this one, the small one, this one, but with this short version through the 200 tilt 30 volts and 50 hertz on the MAGRAPH, and work actually very well for 25 minutes, something like that. And after that, I was unfortunately shake the floor, and the one small move, something happened. The layer scratched itself really delicate way, and unfortunately, I was born the fuse. So you need to be very carefully with this nano-coated layer. That's the secret. But it's really resistant, like Mr. Mahan says many times. This is perfect resistance. I was dragged normal, power supply by this this resistance for 25 minutes. Nothing burns, nothing, heat, no any problems. Fantastic.
Hey, well, I absolutely appreciate that. It's a beautiful system. Did you actually see my small little capacitor that I was presenting just before you?
Yes, that's the reason why I show you this things, because you ask about that. You show your capacitor, Mark, and
He just showed it again, Mark, right in front of you. He just drew it. He just drew the layers of your capacitor and so on. Showed it again, the same principle, which he's been describing.
Yep. Well, I actually missed some of that. I'm sorry. Excuse me, but
and that's those guys.
Maybe you thought he was diverging into some different topic or something and wasn't addressing your question.
No. I lost my internet connection. My computer is wiped out right now. Completely.
Anyway, it's recorded.
Okay. Well, you can review that part of the video later. I think you'll see the connection. It's a little. It's definitely a similar sort of situation.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm not trying to be argumental.
Okay.
All right, guys, and I get some bit more with this plasma.
Sometimes our connection is but all I'm just saying is I missed a whole bunch of that. His beautiful illustration on his capacitors, and I'm still trying to learn about the capacitors. And forgive me if I misunderstood what he was saying. And he did draw beautiful illustration, and that's what I like about Common, that he does a beautiful job about how he presents his
video.
Yes. So forgive me if I come out a little bit brass or rough around the edges. I don't mean to be. I try to be as polished as I possibly can. And this is kind of what got me in trouble when I was in school, is because I asked way too many questions. And when the teacher got tired of me asking the questions, they put me in the corner and said I was
obnoxious or something.
Yes, they treated me as that I was unable to understand the lesson plan. So to the whole group, to everybody that's listening, please forgive me. I'm a little bit less than fortunate to have the mind and the capacity. So I ask a few more questions, and that's my inept. So I just have a yearning to learn. And if I don't ask questions, then I will stand in the back of the class like I always have, and I will just go about my business, and because I have a lot of other things that I show and do, and but I don't want to, because what I do is very insignificant to people that have a greater mind than mine. I'm insignificant when it comes to people.
Not necessarily. No, There's
or
this
or
there's
every,
this
you know,
saying in this
and we're,
business that everybody's a newbie. Everyone's a newbie when it comes right down to it, because even the greatest scientists of this planet, when it comes down to this technology, are still newbies. They've got this. It's too big for any one human mind to comprehend and deal with. There's too many levels, too many dimensions involved in it, and your research and things you're doing are just as valid as anybody else's, and they're more valid than some because you're actually doing it
but
and playing with it and working with these ideas and fields and stuff. So it's we can't put ourselves down because we think we're working on. You could be working with paper cutouts, and still, if the ideas and concepts are solid and the way the universe works, then those paper cutouts will be far more powerful than someone else's fancy reactor that they just can't quite get to start up for some reason, in spite of the $10 billion in grants or whatever that they have for it. So, it's from these creative ideas that the real things that might be more effective for mankind will occur. But it's the physicality doesn't come first. It comes from the fields of the ideas that we bring in and create and work with and wrestle with, basically, to get the concepts, and then try to explain that to others and show that to others, and they have to wrestle with it and figure, is this real or is this BS, and all this kind of stuff goes on. And but the science told me this, and yet the plasma tells me that, and sometimes we split. My science side says blah 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 blah, and the others, essential self that knows the ways that the universe really works, is saying, well, it's a lot simpler than that, just do blah blah. And there's this back and forth stuff that goes on, and that reflects on the macro level and so on as well. So anyway, I didn't mean to get into a bunch of rambling there, but suffice to say that everyone's opinion is valued. And
So,
thanks,
can I
Tony. Take over, please do.
breaker for the fun of it. So when I was looking at Thomas's stuff, and the reason why what I figured Thomas wanted to do was to show us that sometimes you don't need that paper that goes through. If you just use your GANs and your nano coating, you don't need the paper to separate the dielectric
Right.
to separate. And so
that's
what
a
he
really
was,
good point. That's a really valid point, I believe.
and so that's why he was showing this experiment. That's why he was trying to figure out for himself, do I really need it? So
yeah, I've thought the same thing. If you have a perfect nano coating, it's already a perfect insulator electrically. Then why would you need additional paper necessarily around that particular item? But again, the issue comes in: does the nano coating last forever and ever, or is it going to be sort of used up by the other materials around it that might etch through and into the physicality element, copper, and then it would destroy the effect of the nano coating, and it would then have a direct contact. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And we got one thing more: the space between two elements, because basically the copper is reactor, activate the guns of the field, and the closer the elements, we get bigger tension of the fields. We get faster fields or something like that. I mean, the interactions grows.
That's
so
right.
normally paper and all these gaps will be actually need to manage inside the capacitors battery. They actually slow down all the reactions. That's only one. That's only one problem. Big
Hello,
stance, the slower gonna be.
lost the
And
last sentence there. I think that sort of broke up, but something about slower.
all right, right.
If you can repeat the
So
last sentence.
yeah, the the closer we come with two elements.
Yeah, it's maybe it's mine, but I'm not catching the
No,
audio.
there's Thomas.
The bigger distance speed.
You're breaking up there, Thomas. You're
Yeah.
We're not catching your audio. We're not catching your audio. We're missing it.
Yeah, every 10th word or something. Yeah.
All right, maybe gonna be better now. Test. They sometimes go.
Yes, it does.
It's a little better there now. Thanks.
All right, fantastic. So the closer we get these two elements, the faster fields we get between.
The more potential. Go ahead.
Basically.
May I ask a question? What you're meaning by closer? You mean the
physicality,
the mass, or the atomic mass, or the actual physical closeness?
Physical closeness. This is like a nano-coated layer in conjunction with other nano-coated layer. Physical.
Right, like close.
Distance. That's
close as it can be without touching. Basically, would be the maximum.
That would be the Casimir effect, no?
Well, that'd be a different thing, though. I don't. Yeah, that might be involved in there.
Is something.
Would you like to explain what you mean by that, Guy?
Well, the Casimir effect, the way I understood it, is that by having two very, very flat surfaces, they have to be very well polished, I guess. And closer you got them together, suddenly there's developing in between the two surfaces an interaction, which actually an excitation of the field there in between. That's the way I see it as Casimir effect anyway, something similar to this.
So it's sort of like a plasma occurs in between, in a vacuum condition and so on.
Something like that.
So yeah, you could get closer to that, it seems, with the nano layers than with having a paper. We think of something, paper being paper thin, but paper itself, you can measure it with a micrometer. It's actually in the nano level scale. It's really thick. There's lots of levels and layers in it.
Exactly.
And so we think it's very thin layer between the two materials, but if it's just a nano layer, it'd be much thinner, has the potential of holding more charge that way, having more potential.
And if you gonna put guns inside, the guns work straight in interaction with nano-coated layers, so no any gaps between. Nothing was gonna slow down fields inside the battery or capacitor or whatever. It's like a really fast connection, something like that. So that's the kind of really cool idea. Because the other way, the materials inside, which you got inside the capacitors and the battery, they're not that stable. So if we got the nano-coated layer, they will stay for end of the.
As long as that's right. As long as the materials don't eat into the nano-coated layer or require that copper oxide to be borrowing the oxygen and so on, and reducing that down to its copper base instead of having that nice copper oxide as that buffer, as that layering. So it may have to. I was thinking it may have to have an environment where it's recreating the copper nano level, the copper oxide nano layers, at the same time that the other part of the battery, call it, is using up those copper nano level layers. It just requires it in one end, and it's being recycled and rebuilt on the other end.
Self-regenerating.
In fact, you could have a battery, I thought, that could rotate in a pool of caustic, say, and as the plates come up, they nano coat and they turn into the copper oxide. And as they go back into the bath, it actually eats away at it again and reduces it. And you could actually create and destroy, or by destroy, you get the energy back out again. So you put it in and take it back out through this oxidation process. And it may be possible that the air oxidation of that plate before it goes back into the solution could actually be a way of creating energy from that process. But anyway, that's
Well, I
a
get
whole
the
other
breaker.
topic. Please do. Yes, go ahead, Danny.
It's a small breaker. One of the things with this nanocoat to nanocoat and being close, it has to be secure. There can't be any
no
movements.
rubbing and stuff. Yeah.
And so you when you're building that device, you have to take in account just how am I going to stabilize this? Where with the others, you have with the coiled ones and the papers and the nanocoat, you have more leeway as far as vibration and such.
I think it's a matter of materials. It depends what you gonna use, because I was check only for now the zinc and the copper, maybe something more, but it's few different options. So every single material with different properties, because this is the different field.
What
And
would be
the
what would be
question,
your next? What would be your what one are you trying to look forward to that you would think would work better?
oh, the list is so long.
Well, the thing
No.
is, I was just going to mention that the list is long and it goes back into the 1920s and even before that when they first started playing with electricity in a big way, with making rectifiers and making diodes out of copper oxide. That was the most common way of creating diodes and high amperage rectifiers and this kind of thing back in the very early days before they come up with some of the tube technology and whatnot. They actually used nano coated copper for that particular usage. It just worked well. So we don't want to duplicate something that's already been done, but I bet we could get a lot of useful hints from back in the time before they were obstructed by the current electrical kind of theory that kind of got pushed on us a little too hard. Some of the early experimenters were more clear and basic. They actually worked more on a plasma level initially than what they do now. It's interesting because even the first forms of electricity, when back in this picture here with the lady holding her hands on this globe of glass while this guy's cranking the wheel and making the globe rotate, and it formed a plasma glow. This is in the 1600s, before they even had batteries. They had no way of storing that electricity, but it generated light from the plasma. It's one of the first plasma balls, and they worked a lot with that kind of plasmatic energy back in those days. And of course, most of that's gotten lost or forgotten about, and we have all our so-called modern electricity and that kind of thing. Nikola Tesla, the inventor of the plasma ball as we know it, the electrified plasma ball, and so on and so forth. There's, if you look at the way they worked with, for example, Tesla would have a detector made out of an oxide of, I believe it was nickel oxide, and it was like a powder, and it was part of the circuit that he used for the sensitive detector circuit. And this was before they had diodes as we know it, and before the crystal radio diodes and so on. And there was no radios at the time. No one was listening to anything because there's nothing being broadcast. But there was Tesla listening to lightning bolts that were happening 1,000 miles away on his very sensitive equipment. So he had this detector made out of nickel oxide that he would have to set it first. You put an electrical energy through it. It would set these particles in a certain direction, so the energy flowed only one way. So that when you heard a certain wave, it would break it down into something the little clicking detector relay could sense and be able to send a sound off to Tesla who was listening to it, and so on. So the way they would reset this, because every so often it would mess up and it would sort of short circuit itself when it needs to be, like you're saying, Thomas, a semiconductor, and allow the flow one way but not the other way, and so on. And once it was set by putting electricity in it, and then it would be really super sensitive detector. But like I say, every so often it would mess up. And they would actually have to take it and wrap it and shake it in order to reset the detector. So you know, and maybe they actually literally boot. I was just thinking maybe they actually booted it at the time, and they would say, you better reboot the detector. And that's probably where the concept came from for rebooting computers, because I don't know what a more bizarre concept you can have, to have essentially unplug a machine and replug it in order to make it work properly. But anyway, get me
Okay,
going on that.
I'm ready to breaker again there.
Okay, thank you.
We had a teaser last week from Thomas. He had some teasers he gave us at the end of the class, end of the time. Do you remember those teasers you gave us, Thomas?
Absolutely, and even I get some photo to illustrate all these things. How it happened.
But I have to interject here, Rick. Do you have something else that you were going to go into before we go into the?
That'll be fine. Absolutely, go for it, please.
I will be short now. Quick.
I don't care. I don't care if you're short, as long as you're complete and I can understand it. That's all I care about.
I was short most of my life. I was the shortest person in my room. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You don't mean that one.
All right. I didn't hear you.
I'm carrying on too much. See, this is getting late. That's why. But go ahead. This is good. That's absolutely. We can keep going.
All right, that was I just a bit of memories from the last week. That was about use the plasma fields and through the gases, how to do the gas in a little bit different way. Maybe it's a little bit slower. I mean, it's a little bit slower, but I will show you anyway. Okay, that's the setup. There's the glass jar and a piece of zinc. I'll be short introduction on the photo. Okay, that's the zinc. But nano-coated, normal zinc, clean one. And nano-coated copper. As part of wrongly made coil and stuff like that was nano-coated by fire. Which is very kind of sensitive thing. And this is the kind of new elements. I mean, not exactly new. That was one of the first idea after blueprint publication, if I could remember, was stuck in my mind. I will start use this very widely. So that's actually capacitor, the normal capacitor. I will show you how this looks from the clear view. All right, that's the That's my measurement, and I just check what's going on. This is the normal plasma capacitor. No any fancy elements, apart of one thing. It's not a fancy because that was really early stage. I didn't get gases or something like that. That was first 2 weeks. I find this idea with the BWOX because that's a lot of CH3 and other gases. This is basically the WOX is a gas state material. So that was baking paper and the WOX with all these things from the mother nature, and a piece of nano-coated copper, piece of zinc, and nano-coated copper wire like a tripod for all these things, like grips. And that was the current when I sorry, that was the hertz. This was the hertz when I got, because I was do some experiment with the frequencies. All right. Don't look at that too much because that's the kilohertz. Okay, that's the voltage. That's how behave all the system when you feed with the salt water. They actually start produce quite not that small electric current like on this environment. As normal capacitor, normal connection, and that was exactly evening when I connect all the stuff and put the jar, as you see, salt water, piece of nano-coated copper, zinc, and the plasma capacitor. Normal plasma capacitor with piece of BWOX on a baking paper. That's all. So that was the next day. Even that was actually after a few hours. This was very quick because yeah. I need to actually check the data on the photo. It's probably some there, but that was actually, if I could remember, that was a few hours later in the evening because I see the setup for the camera same, so supposed to should be like that. And sorry, and that's all actually what I got. I got the guns, but I didn't get any photo. But you know, the CO2 guns looks like a CO2 guns. Those guns, because I didn't do only CO2 with this method. I was try with actually probably everything, even with the zinc guns. When I got 2 nano-coated zinc plates and I'm 1 nano-coated, second nano-coated, I was try do the guns with the plasma batteries or capacitor and work fantastic.
Thomas, what would be the pH in that?
pH? You know what? I didn't check pH for this. I mean, I think normal because the water is quite good. It's after a special filter.
Did you use distilled water?
Yeah, that was distilled water. Yeah, and normal sea salts from Atlantic.
Excuse me, I just need to get John Kane to mute your mic. I can't mute it for some reason, and we're getting feedback come through.
All right, and that's yeah.
If John can mute your mic, can you hear me? Okay.
Thomas, where would be the load?
I will draw a good question, very good question, because I didn't specify what's actually going on. Okay, let's do some short sketch. Okay, let's say this is
maybe you can explain us what we're looking at right now. What would be the load right where we're looking?
That's what I do now. Okay. So that's my copper zinc. Sorry, that's my zinc plate. And that's my nano-coated copper. So I just drawing the jar inside. So
your zinc plate is a non-nano-coated zinc plate?
Yeah, a nano-coated zinc plate. That's a normal CO2 box. That's all. That's how you do your CO2 always, or the classic way. that's the thing like that. Anyway, And normally, between these wires, mostly I use the diodes, the small electric engine, something like a cooler from a computer and stuff like that to unload all the stuff. To if I get
So
some.
you actually use a diode in between the outside and the inside?
Normally, yeah. But with this environment, I was replace the diode to something different. So with this environment,
3 millimeter or 3 or 4 or 5 millivolts.
It's probably, I mean, I don't know actually. There's the small ones, the really small ones, like I use for 12 volts, something like that. Just send diodes. I mean,
Sometimes
not
it helps us to know which ones, because we're trying to replicate what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So it does make a difference when you
try use the 12 volts.
introduce a
Just
diode
normal.
or a I'm sorry, or an
I mean,
LED.
I mean, Mark, the point what we do actually here.
Do I feel
Because
opposition to
question,
you? I'm just trying to learn, because you're absolutely have a brilliant mind, and I'm just trying to pick your brain because you're so smart.
Thank you, sir. I just try discharge every single electric current who actually exists on the inside the environment. But this very specific part of electric current, this is what we call gravitational. That's what we see like a voltage. That's the.
I understand gravitational, magnetical.
Yeah. That's why I try take out all this pulsation. Should go out, because if you get this pulsation, you're gonna lose your nano-coated layer, and you get
so
also different gases.
We rely on the nano-coated wire to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need it, because give me let me finish. I give you on the all the answers to questions.
I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, give me 50 seconds.
I'm sort of ignorant.
All right, but you give me a few minutes to explain these things, and you will understand everything. Go perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So this is my connection. I just draw like a separate cables, something like that. This is my connection. So if I got all the stuff like nano-coated copper, zinc, so that's the normal connection. I always take the nano-coated like a plus, and zinc
do you
like
layer that? Do you layer that?
Let me finish, please. And I just connect like that. And the next thing when I connect was this plasma capacitor. Let's change the color and make it visible. So this is my plasma capacitor, something like that. So I will draw, because the color is going to be very helpful. Okay, and this is the core. And the core from the system, I mean, sorry, I was myself a little bit. All right. Let's do like that, and this is going to be core. Okay, and this is my plus line. I was name this line like a plus. So the plus go to the outside part of the capacitor, the coil, to the capacitor, and the minus is connected to the core, to the zinc plate. So no any electric diode like normally I'm used, just normal plasma capacitor, nothing like that. With the
yes, where your pencil was up top there, is that a spiral core?
Which one? Don't care about this. If you're gonna put anything, this is just example. It's not the tutorial one-to-one. It's explanation from situation. From
okay, I'm sorry, Carlos. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, sir. And so what's happened with the cables? Because that was actually a very good question for Mark. because many times I got problems with when I try use any single electric voltage, electric currents to do nano-coating. I always observe same situation when I basically lose the nano-coated layer many times. So the many people observe same things. But also I get this other observation, whatever you're gonna do around your magraphs, you're gonna left piece of, I mean, whatever you're gonna do, if you're gonna left piece of copper wire, after a few weeks, they go to dark, they go to black, and they already nano-coated. So because I got
So that would be a solid core, not nano-coated wire?
let me finish, please. And if I got these things,
well, explanation is everything, Thomas.
Yeah. But I try to give you explanation.
No, everything.
Mark, let him finish. Your questions aren't even relevant here now, and you seem to be just trying to interrupt his story. I don't see what you seem to be having a bit of a bug up your bum here tonight with Thomas, and I'm not sure where this is coming from, but you need to cool it.
Once again, Rick, I'm sorry. Once again, it's all theory. It's all picture drawing, and all I ask that I work very hard into making theory manifest in a productive product. He's drawing pictures and trying to tell us what he thinks in his mind. Okay, I'm trying to manifest things in a physical form, and I have things.
What do you see in front of you here with physical form with a jar, CO2 jar with a plasma capacitor connected to it? What could be more obvious and physical than that?
They're not working.
What do you mean it's not working? You haven't even heard his explanation of what he's doing yet. Just calm down or I'll ban you from this meeting here and let you cool out for a bit, okay?
Absolutely fine with that.
So guys, anyway, that's a CO2, CO2 box, as you see. So the connection is quite straight. I was decide actually take the gravitational part from outside. I mean that was the idea. I would use the plus for nano-coated copper. I was check few different things. I mean, I was check the opposite direction. My friends too, and in many cases we got the same observation always. Those type of connection, they give you better results with the ganses, because I mean the one thing is obvious, because inside the capacitor, I mean inside my capacitor, depends how you're gonna do it, your own capacitor, and I got ganses, and these ganses create the field. So if I got CH3, I need to remember I got CH3 compound inside the field. So the CH3 compound, which is actually the BWOX mostly. I mean, not only, if you're gonna check this amazing substances, all the amino acids from the mother nature, basically, it's incredible stuff. And so I got all these things to just basically try open the field. So the one idea was to grab the electric currents, if any gonna exist inside, and they exist inside, as I'm gonna show you I do measurement, and it's quite huge voltage inside. It's like a 1.5 sometimes, 1.5 volts DC. It's constant, like a constant information about energy inside the jar. So I was trying to drag this way. And after checking, the start B seems to be the most successful way. They go to the plus with the nano-coated, and the zinc and all other materials, whatever you go to the minus. You just create something like a flow between. But this flow gets support because it's like a star formation basically, because this element do the discharge for electricity and turn them to the plasma field. So the normal thing, the plasma field is dragged this way, like Mr. Mahan mentioned many times. You perfectly know this probably. So, but the effect is dragged not by electric currents or like a piece of electric currents who will probably exist inside the wire, but mostly, I think, by the plasma fields, which is a little bit different thing. The guns work. I mean, this is same gases, but made in a plasma environment, something a little bit different. They go actually quite fast. I mean, compared to using the diodes, it's pretty much the same, but I need to check because everyone get a little bit different environments. So, and what's happening with the wires? Because always was the problem with the nano-coated wires. We didn't nano-coat them or left them like that, just normal copper, or this is important or not. And after many observation with the electricity, using electric currents to the gases, do some experiments with these things, an observation how easily I gonna lost all this, copper layer, this nano-coated layer. So the observation was very easy. If I get plasma field, I already get this nano-coating everywhere. I just need to create the field and whatever. And if I got the piece of copper wire and a piece of copper or any metal and material, they will nano-coat itself because this is the properties for the field. So no any problems with the wires. And on start, I was use the new one on start, but after I didn't get on shots actually. No, I didn't get any extra photography. But after even 3 weeks, those wire go to maybe not dramatically, fully black, but was already nano-coated. I don't know how many layers because I didn't get the atomic microscope, but I think this is some. I think the 5,000, maybe 3,000 layers easily, something like that. Was nicely with graphite color, something like that. Graffiti, I don't know, something like that. But absolutely with a different color, you didn't get any problem to to spot. Oh, it's already nano-coated, and whatever actually happened inside the box here is almost impossible lost your nano-coated layer with this idea, because the environment inside the box is pretty much same like when you add the caustic soda through the box. You just change the environment. This caustic soda, they open the p-n junction, the space between the proton and neutron, actually push them, and it's a different environment. And we got this fantastic nano-coated layer, and we do the gases with the caustic soda and also on, so all those things. So this is basically idea how to replace the caustic soda by the piece of nano-coated copper wire turned to the plasma battery or plasma capacitor. If you like to speed up the gases, maybe the good idea is connect plasma battery. I mean, I didn't mention this. That's one difference between using the plasma battery and plasma capacitor. Mostly works the same time in my environment. I mean, no any special difference. But the gas is amazing. My observation, the gases get different colors. Of course, they more like pastels color, very bright, pastel beautiful colors. Green is extraordinary. After, for example, the guns from copper, they take ages to make this guns, but it's incredible. I mean, I've got this stuff inside a few magraphs, so I use these gases every single day. It's not only those gases, but I check these gases in the magraphs, and yes, they work perfectly.
Guy, do you? I'm sorry, Guy. Rick, is Guy still in your room?
Yeah. Okay, so you're interrupting again. Go ahead.
Does this make sense to you?
Yes, somehow it does make some sense. And what I kind of find interesting is different approaches and different ways of.
Guy, may I ask you, how does this make sense to you?
I don't know. You're putting me a bit on the spot here.
because you're on the same level as I am. We're just working people, and this is just a very, very extreme information. And I'm just asking you. You're sitting there like I'm sitting here, and I'm just, I just want you to please. You're on the council. You're very high up. We know how high you are. Does this
Mark,
explanation?
you know what? Mark, you're the one who's high here. And
No,
I
I'm
think that
not.
I think you
No, I
better
am
calm
not.
down. I think you better calm down, or I'm going to boot you out of here. Okay?
You can
Because
boot me
for
out,
some
my friend.
reason, Mark, for some reason tonight, something's different with you, and you sound like
No,
someone who's drunk. I don't know if you're
no.
drunk on emotion or you're drunk on a substance, but something's different, and you are being
Absolutely.
too aggressive, and
Excuse me.
you're not even allowing someone to talk about their
This
theories, and
all
they're relating it to the Keshe thing. This is a Keshe plasma capacitor here. I'm trying to listen to this guy's basic circuit, and she's showing the
I've done that
plasma
for the
flow in
last.
exactly the way Mr. Keshe would talk about it in many points here, and you don't seem to be able to hear it. I don't understand that at all. This is very simple the way he's putting it out. He's got the arrows, he's got everything. He's trying to explain it step by step by step so that we understand. But you keep
Rick,
interrupting and keep saying that
no,
he doesn't have
I'm just
anything to show and he's just all theory, all
all.
theory, all theory. He's got this device sitting right in front of us. He's done the work, he's
Excuse me,
done the
Rick.
research, and
There's
now
no
he's
need.
throwing some
There's no
theory in
need
here.
to get upset. There's
Well,
no
I
need
am
to.
upset
You
because
don't
you've been
have to.
interrupting and interrupting and interrupting, and I'd like to know what the heck's going on. It's not with
This
us,
time,
and it's not with your computer. It's with you. Something's going on. There's different tonight with you, and I don't like it, and I won't put up with it in this particular program.
all I asked was your friend to give his perspective on this. That's all. I asked your friend Guy that's sitting
No, you
next to you.
went gee.
Yes,
That's
I
the way
did.
you
Yes, I
introduced
did.
it. That is
No,
not okay. You can go, Breaker. I'd like to say something, please. And the way you
we all
normally
have
do, you don't normally go like some sort of fucking stupid bird that's squawking away. Now smarten
now
up,
we
or I'm
have
gonna boot you out right now. I've had enough. Quiet.
violent language.
Okay, I won't put up with that kind of stuff here. That's
You
my
use
point.
violent
And I
language.
won't be overrun with your words when I'm talking. And I won't allow other people to be overrun with you interrupting rudely.
Rick,
You've never done that before. I don't understand
I
why you're
never
doing it
have,
now.
but all I
And
asked
I
was
won't
your
put up with it.
friend to give an opinion.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
You
I did.
put him on the spot, and you made him. You made him.
All I
First of
asked
all,
is
you
he is
said
a
that he's the same
he's
as
very
you,
high
and
up.
that you don't understand anything or something. Well, that's bullshit to start with, because you have a good understanding of the Keshe technology, and you can easily understand what's going on here. So this is just a bunch of BS from you about that. Don't give me that crap. You and Guy both know a hell of a lot more than most people about this technology, and you can't bullshit me about that. So throw that whole excuse right out the window. Try the next one. What else you got?
Very good. Very good. You are the host. This is your domain. All I ask is the questions. There's only a few people that actually will interact when it comes to a directive. Your friend Thomas is given a directive, which is an order. He is giving us a direct order of his business. Okay, the way he
Mark,
directs.
please stop. I give you just opportunity and a possibility
Wait a
to
minute,
talk
Thomas.
different
Wait.
way. I didn't tell you in even single
I don't.
words. You should do this. I show you what I'm done here, and you know, you get nothing to do this with the stuff,
You know
because
what? This
a
was
part
all
of art, if you like
a lot of fun
to
for
hear
me,
my stuff,
but you
it's a
guys
good
can just go about your business,
problem. You got
and
this
I'll go
problem,
about my
the
business.
nano-coated
It's all
wires.
it's all
You
good. It's
one of
all
this,
good. You can do your thing, and I'll do my
and
thing. And
if
I
you will,
just
few seconds,
I'm not that smart.
question,
So
you
all I
know,
need to
you
do was
smart enough,
ask you
smart enough.
questions
Okay,
I
you're
didn't
absolutely
understand.
okay.
And I upset Rick and I upset Guy, and I will never, ever, I did never had any intention of upsetting anybody, and I will never, ever go into this room ever again, and I will never present anything that I have
Mark,
because
Mark,
that's not
get a grip on yourself, Mark. You're totally out of line now. I love you very much, and I respect everything you've done. I love the things you do. You're one of the greatest presenters in this group. So don't start whining about how poor you
I'm
and you
not
can't do
whining,
this,
Rick.
I can't do that. Poor me. What you are is you're talking
No.
drunk talk. You're talking drunk talk to me. I don't like hearing drunk talk because I've had it with drunks in my life. I don't deal with drunks. So I'm going to let you take a break now. I'm going to let you take a break now, and I welcome you back when you're in a better frame, when you can express yourself in a more compassionate way to your fellow workers here.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much.
Okay, you know, guys, I'm getting worn out emotionally here. I think I'm going to have to wrap it up for tonight. It's already been 4 hours plus, 4.5 hours or something anyway. So maybe you want to quickly wrap up, Thomas, or is that pretty much it for that? Or
Yeah. That's give me 1 minute, sir, and it will be fine.
Okay.
There's extra connection if you like to try with the diodes, and because sometimes we don't sure we're gonna discharge all the electric currents. I was trying this setup, and this seems to be in the last days working very well. It's very brief. This is the one capacitor connected the same way like this one. The plus is outside, the minus is a core, and it's opposite direction on the other side. So the plus is very quick. The plus is core here. This is the and outside elements is a minus. Basically the opposite direction. That's all. Like an infinity loop. That's all. And I was connected to the minus. This is the diode. So let's say this is the diode. Normal diodes, 12 volts DC, something like that. Just normal average diode. Whatever you got should be fine. Or even small electric cooler from computer motherboard or something like that. So that's the extra connection if you like to try, because that's your plate. And now you just position your plate between the fields. But remember, if you get some ganses here, is huge possibility. I mean, not possibility. Is for sure we probably will invite all these fields to us environment. So I know I got probably somewhere here the copper guns, that's for sure, and probably some of the elements who come from my piece of guns inside the capacitor. So we need to remember about all this, not implications, but all this complexity, and that's all. So let's try if you like it. It's very quiet way to produce ganses. That's what I mostly do in other times. I just put the sticker, and on the sticker I got one sentence: peace and love. And always when I look at the jazz with the guns, I always see that peace and love, man. So peace and love, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you.
Well, sorry for a rough ending here, but I think we better wrap it up for now. And I'm hoping that everything gets smoothed out with Mark there. He's, like I say, I love him, and I think he's a great guy, and so on. It's just things got a little out of hand here tonight. So
Yep. Sorry, Rick. Love you too. Love Gee. Love everybody. Didn't mean to overstep my bounds, and maybe next week will be a better week.
Yeah, let's give it a little bit of a cool off period here, and yeah, I think everything will be fine. Okay, just trying to get pinned. There we go.
Goodbye, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Denny. Okay, so I'm gonna just wrap it up here then, and we'll call it a day for today. And I'll end the live stream.